Chapter 11. Only Seeking a Free and Unfettered Life. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Whether Tangji was willing or not, he was set to study the Tao formations. Thus, in the following days, in addition to cultivating the visceral manifestation classic, Tangji learned about formations from Xianxia. Fortunately, all he had to occupy him every day was washing meridians, and he did not need to cultivate, so he had time enough. The Tao of formations is the use of techniques to resonate with the will of the heavens. Thus, to master the Tao of formations, one must understand the will of the heavens. In today's class, Xianxia was lecturing Tangji on formations and the concept of natural evolution. Xianxia said that the will of the heavens was present in all things within the world, every blade of grass and tree having its reason to exist. For this reason, Xianxia's Tao formations emphasized natural evolution, following one's heart and making the best of new situations. This meant that the same formation in different environments could differ in how it was laid out, and its effect and power would also change. To take that small bewildering formation as an example, if it had been used in another area, it would have needed to be laid out in a different way and would have had a different effect. Of course, this was not absolutely necessary, but to lay out a formation in this way was the most natural and would have the greatest power. For formations, nature served as the best cover. Unlike cultivators, formations drew directly on the spiritual energy of the world and possessed incredible power, so cultivators could not recklessly step into them. Thus, a formation that could not hide its existence was a bad formation. Xianxia was an expert in his field. All of the formations he laid down were basically undetectable before triggering. That golden armored god he had been battling with had utterly failed to notice the existence of the Eight Gates Heaven Seal formation, and if not for his prodigious strength, he would have died within that formation. Besides this, one also had to be skilled at observing one's environment and identifying what could be used. Don't look at mountains as mountains or water as water. Every existence in this world, if used properly, can become a formation eye, a formation line, or a formation gate. Ordinary people are ignorant, and frequently use spirit materials as the basis, but this loses the original meaning of the Tao of formations. Xianxia said with a sigh. Big Brother Xu is saying that other people use various spirit materials as the basis for formations, just like how when building a house, one would use stone as the foundation and wood for the beams to build a high tower, but when you lay down formations, you might dig a hole out of a tree. Is that correct? Tangji asked. In saying this, you seem to make me a worse builder of houses than others. Xianxia snorted. Using a tree as a house naturally can't compare to getting materials and building a house. But what if I used this world as a house? The mountains as the bones, the rivers as the veins. What would you think about a tower built like that? Then that's naturally something that others can't compare to. But is there really such a formation? Yes. Xianxia firmly replied. In the past, I might have had my doubts, but now, I can tell you with absolute certainty that it does exist. Was it a formation set up by that nine-deck martial lord? Tangji suddenly asked. Xianxia couldn't help but be taken aback. He looked at Tangji and asked, you know, that's not all I know. Tangji nodded. I also know that the golden armored god who was chasing you that day was a member of Godhead Palace, right? Xianxia trembled. How do you know all this? It's not strange. Tangji leisurely answered. The Kongs, Gus, Mings, and Xus are the four great cultivation clans. From what Big Brother Xi has said, you also have a resounding reputation in Nadia Hill. If it were some ordinary sect, how would they have dared to send people after you? Is there anyone else besides Godhead Palace that would hunt you to the ends of the earth? In this time with Xianxia, Tangji had deepened his understanding of the Rosy Cloud Domain. The Rosy Cloud Domain was home to 6 kingdoms and 59 provinces, 7 seas and 98 islands. Sage Heart and Nadia Hill were 2 of the 6 kingdoms. The Immortals had set down rules. One sect could control 1 kingdom, and 1 kingdom could venerate 1 sect. The Basking Moon sect was the major sect backing the Sage Heart Kingdom, and Godhead Palace was the sect backing Nadia Hill. These 6 sects had transcendent status, and even kings would have to kowtow to them. The other sects besides these 6 were all small sects that had to pay obeisance to the big 6 in order to survive. Though the Xia clan was one of the esteemed 4 cultivation clans, it was still far inferior to Godhead Palace. If Godhead Palace dared to kill Xumuiyang, who would dare stop it? These reasons let Tang Ji easily guess who Xumuiyang's pursuer was. Then, do you understand the reason for all this? Xumuiyang asked. Tang Ji smiled. The ancient powerhouse Nindak martial lord, the visceral manifestation classic intended for use on his reincarnation, and a peerless formation. Put all these things together and you get a story. Presumably, it's the usual story about exploring some secret domain and stealing treasure. Besides, as Big Brother Xi has told me again and again, the cultivation world is a dangerous place. Xumuiyang's mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't manage a word. Finally, he broke into a loud laugh. Good job, kid. I just knew that it was pointless to try and hide it from you. Yes. Godhead Palace discovered the returned remnants of the Nindak martial lord, and invited me to join them and undo the formations so that they could explore its secrets. In the end, I was too naive, believing that since I was part of the Xia clan, Godhead Palace would not go so far as to cook the dogs once the hares were hunted. But in the end, they were still so ruthless. If I hadn't realized that something was up and pulled out in time, rather than dying to the 9 executions immortal formation, I would have died at the hands of Godhead Palace's cubs. He was indignant as he spoke, clearly still furious and sad over what had transpired. When Godhead Palace had sent people to find him and told him that they had found the returned remnants of the Nindak martial lord, he was also flabbergasted. Returned remnants meant a return to the origin, a person transforming into nature upon death. Throughout their lives, cultivators would absorb a great deal of the world's spiritual energy, and once they died, this spiritual energy would return to the origin, return to nature. For this reason, the stronger the immortal, the more abundant the spiritual energy that would be restored with their returned remnants. Some powerful individuals would have their spiritual energy gather up into rain showers upon their deaths that could even turn barren lands into a paradise. Immortals had no tombs. Returned remnants were their spiritual lands. It was also for this reason that the disciples of major immortal sects, if the situation allowed, would do their utmost to return to their original sects before dying and transforming into returned remnants. Over time, they would be able to create a blessed land of abundant spiritual energy for their sects. At least half of the reserves of a great clan or sect would manifest in this form. A domain's spiritual energy was limited. If one place flourished, another would wane, and over the long term, different areas would have different levels of spiritual energy. That bandit called Psi had criticized immortals for harming the world for their own gain. For this reason, the world had originally been abundant with spiritual energy, but the majority of it had been taken by immortals. Even if mortals wanted to cultivate, they could not. Godhead Palace had said that they had found an area of abundant spiritual energy in the Celestial Mountains, and as there were no immortal clans or sects nearby, they suspected that it was the returned remnants of some great power, so they began a long and protracted search. In the end, they discovered a formation in the mountains, and the spiritual energy was leaking out from it. They had been able to determine that it had not been leaking for very long, a sign that the true spiritual land was even more amazing. At the same time, they had found an ancient bronze mirror, the same ancient mirror you often play around with? Tangji gasped. Correct, Xumuiyang said as he took out that bronze mirror. This mirror had a bright side and a dark side. On the dark side, the images of birds, beasts, flowers, fish, bugs, mountains, and rivers had been carved, surrounded by strange formation lines. Tangji didn't notice anything at the start, but as he looked more closely, he felt like this scenery was moving. His surroundings began to morph, and he felt like he was being pulled into an odd and extraordinary world. Fortunately, Xumuiyang promptly blocked the dark side, bringing Tangji back to his senses. On the bright side, only the character, Marshall, had been written, and it was also surrounded by numerous formation lines. The character had been written with great vigor, the strokes imbued with seemingly limitless power. It radiated a somber energy that threatened to penetrate through Tangji. Tangji let out a yelp, and Xianxia put away the mirror. You lack sufficient power. This item contains the divine will of the martial lord. Though it has been worn away by the passage of 10,000 years, its sharpness is still not something you can endure. Tangji began to sweat. This was something left by a deceased man and carried some of his will, but it was still so powerful even after 10,000 years. How terrifying would its owner have been when he still lived? It was no wonder Xianxia spoke of him with such reverence. So this belongs to Godhead Palace? Yes, Xianxia answered. After finding this ancient mirror, they had it appraised, and Godhead Palace became very sure that the character represented the ancient Nine-Dak martial lord. Alas, while the martial lord had dominated the world in his era, little information on him was passed down to the present era. They were only able to reach their conclusions through the age of the object and the lingering energy upon it. This ancient mirror was found in a cave that had been sealed by a formation. The formation was of a very low rank and was easy to break, but the methods maintaining it were extremely high class, preserving it through generations. Godhead Palace speculated that this might have been left behind specifically for the Nine-Dak martial lord's reincarnation. Of course, whether or not it actually was the martial lord and how the martial lord died remain in the realm of speculation. After all, many years have passed since that bygone era, and many truths have been lost in the river of history. We could only believe that this was a possession of the Nine-Dak martial lord. It seems like he didn't succeed at reincarnating, Tangji said. Xianxia bitterly smiled. If he had succeeded, none of this would have happened. Reincarnation was the helpless choice that cultivators made when their lives came to an end, placing their hopes on the future. After an immortal reincarnated, all of their past memories would be wiped away, and only by lucky chance would they be able to recover them. If they were unlucky, they might go through several cycles of reincarnation without recovering their memories. With each cycle, more memories would disappear, and after enough cycles, the chance essentially became nil. Godhead Palace speculated that the martial lord might have encountered some major crisis. With no other options, he chose to reincarnate. This Nine-Dak profound martial mirror was a key he had left for himself to open up his treasury. But either the martial lord's reincarnation had failed or the memory recovery had failed. In any case, he had not returned to take the profound martial mirror, allowing it to eventually fall into the hands of Godhead Palace. Since the profound martial mirror was still it meant that the wondrous techniques the martial lord had left for himself, as well as his many treasures, were probably also still there. Thus, Godhead Palace did everything in its power to try and break the formation. The initial probes had cost the lives of numerous people, and after 100 years, they had still gotten nowhere. It was easy to imagine what sort of mood they were in after finding the door but being unable to get in. It was just at that time that Xianxia, a formation genius, began to rise in reputation. With no other option, they sought Xianxia's help, promising a heavy reward. Xianxia was proficient in formation texts, and recognized the long-lost 9 executions immortal formation. With the information left on the profound martial mirror, he was even able to undo the first layer of the formation and obtain the visceral manifestation classic. It was also at that time that Xianxia noticed Godhead Palace's murderous intentions toward him. But why did they insist on killing you? Tangji was confused. Godhead Palace is a powerful faction, so it shouldn't be so stingy about some small payment, right? And the formation wasn't even completely undone. Xianxia snorted. Of course it wasn't about that little reward, but to keep the secret. The Nine-Dak martial lord's returned remnants are certain to be an area of abundant spiritual energy. Even if there was nothing in there at all, the land alone would be worth a lot. It would have the same value as a natural spiritual vein, but it would need a long period of time to fully exploit. The problem is that though Godhead Palace managed to get the martial mirror, the Celestial Mountains are not located in Nadia Hill, but rather in the lands of Ancient Tetrapole. If the news gets out that Godhead Palace is digging up treasure and occupying land in the territory of these two kingdoms, Horizon Ocean Pavilion and the Thousand Passions sect will certainly come to take their share, making a clash unavoidable. Horizon Ocean Pavilion and the Seven Absolutions sect are firm allies, while the Thousand Passions sect and the Basking Moon sect stand together through thick and thin. Godhead Palace will find it hard to stand alone, so it will have no choice but to get the help of the Beast Refining Gate. If all 6 major sects join in, no side will be able to get much out of it. In the end, I'm not a member of Godhead Palace and am not bound by the Godhead Oath. A promise sworn under pain of a heart demon alone would not be enough to let them rest easy. As for the concern about the formation not being completely undone, they primarily didn't understand how to use the profound martial mirror. Once they saw me unlock the martial mirror's secrets, my greatest use disappeared. If they hadn't decided to save some energy and have me continue to undo the formation, they might have killed me back then. I see, Tanji said. So you immediately ran, taking the visceral manifestation classic and the profound martial mirror with you? If they are not benevolent, I will not be righteous, Xianxia snorted. They wanted to kill me, so I naturally took their treasures and ran. I managed to get the others away from me by saying that I needed space to undo the second layer of the formation. It was only that Chong, who was the best in formations at Godhead Palace, who stayed to supervise me while claiming to be my assistant. He was also skilled in pursuit arts, so when I used the chance to escape, he chased me down, sticking to me like plaster all the way from Nadia Hill to Jade Orchid Mountain. If I hadn't been able to lay down the 8 Gates Heaven Seal formation, I probably would have died there. When mentioning this, Xianxia's voice grew softer. Though he had beaten back Chong, the man would come back eventually, and he probably wouldn't be alone this time. But with the group, his peaceful life could not last for too long. But, Big Brother Xu, didn't you say that cultivators had to go through the heart demon tribulation, that going against one's origin heart would produce heart demons? How could they dare to do such a thing? Xianxia answered, there are great aspirations and minor aspirations, strong heart demons and weak heart demons. At the start of their journeys, cultivators will usually declare their ambitions, their great aspirations. These are normally the goals they wish to achieve in their life, and this goal will be in line with their origin heart, and so their future conduct will often be in line with their origin heart. The aspirations of the majority of cultivators can normally be placed into a few categories. They might seek longevity and immortality, seek dominance and tyranny, seek righteousness and chivalry, or seek freedom and lack of restraints. These are all great aspirations, and relinquishing the minor aspirations to pursue the great is a frequent sight. For example, while I brought you along to resolve my karmic debt with you, if you had dared to block my path, I would have killed you, and this would not have gone against my origin heart. Even if I had been reluctant to do the deed, that little heart demon would be much easier to deal with than the supreme demon that would have been born if I had gone against my great aspiration. I get it now. So can you only have one great aspiration, or can you have a lot? Tanji asked. This. Xianxia was taken aback by the question, and he needed some time to think of an answer. I've never heard of any limit, but while the great aspiration is the basis for cultivating to celestial heart, it can also serve as a hindering force. People don't normally make too many great aspirations, I guess. As for you, if you wish to get proper results in cultivation, you must also declare a great aspiration, establishing the foundation of your will. This is also why I asked you why you wanted to cultivate. Alas, the answer you gave was not among the above categories. Now that you've been told all this, let me ask you again. What do you seek in cultivating the Immortal Path? What was it that he sought? Tanji struggled with the question. After some thought, he raised his head and answered, I cultivate not to seek fame or reverence, nor do I seek to live as long as the heavens and earth. Life will eventually come to an end, and all that matters is that the years I do live are good ones. I hope that I will be able to traverse the world and live without restraints, so what I seek. Tanji paused, then finally, he gave a decisive answer. Freedom, unbound by all restraints. Chapter 12, Sorrowful Parting. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The days of cultivation flew by very quickly. After a big downpour at the end of summer, the autumn silently arrived. Half a year had gone by in the blink of an eye. In this half a year, Tanji's days were rather packed with washing his meridians and learning formations from Xianxia. Today, in the courtyard, Tanji was practicing punching. He was currently practicing an arm boxing routine. Xianxia had taught it to him, and it was meant to work with the visceral manifestation classic in washing his meridians. At this time, he was punching with such vigor that he created small gusts of wind. Occasionally, spiritual energy would make an entire circuit of his body. With each of these circuits, Tangji would experience an incredibly pleasant sensation, and at the same time, his body grew stronger. Xianxia said that this was an indicator that his meridians had yet to expand to their limit. After finishing the routine, Tangji felt the spiritual energy leave his body with great reluctance. He could have kept practicing, but Xianxia explained that cultivation was not something that got better the more diligent one was. Excessively domineering training methods would cause one to overdraw on one's potential and even cause long-lasting injury to the body. It was best to strike a balance between work and rest. Thus, he could only stop, yet he also couldn't restrain a sigh. I wonder when these days are going to end. What? Can't wait any longer? In the pavilion, Xianxia was drawing on paper with a brush, and what he was drawing was a set of strange formation talismans. Hearing Tangji's words, he chuckled. For people like you, washing their meridians and establishing a foundation might be monotonous and boring, but do you realize how many cultivators pray to the heavens to be given a chance to redo this period? Big Brother Xu is right, Tangji hastily replied. Thinking back to his school days, he recalled that many of his classmates were anxious to enter society and break free of those prison-like days in school. Only when they spent some time in society and got battered and bruised did they recall how wonderful their school life had actually been. Tangji had been through life before, and though that life hadn't granted him any powerful starting advantages, it had given him abundant life experience. His mindset had long ago surpassed his age, and he was well aware of what was most important. He had only sighed just now because of his sensation of momentary helplessness. If he were really told to give up on laying his foundation and move straight to cultivation, he would absolutely refuse. Xianxia had seen many cultivation disciples who had gotten bored of this routine. Even the genius is getting anxious to begin cultivating. In the cultivation world, the number of people who actually started cultivating immortal arts without properly laying down their foundation was rather small. Rather, the more common sort was those who did not treasure their bodies, clinging to a small thread of hope and trying to pull up the plants to help them grow faster. Thus, he was full of praise for Tangji's composure. He smiled and said, "Since you're done boxing, come and study today's formations." Tangji couldn't help but bitterly smile. The Tao of formations, much like medicine, was a discipline where knowledge far surpassed technique in importance. For this reason, it also had few restrictions. In this half-year, Tangji practiced the visceral manifestation classic only twice a day, the amount of time put together taking only an hour. He spent most of his time studying formations. At times, Tangji wondered whether Xianxia was using this method on purpose to try and draw his interest. Compared to the slow pace of washing meridians, Tangji was advancing in leaps and bounds in his studies of formations. This was not entirely because of his excellent mathematical foundation. The Tao of formations encompassed everything: divination, mathematics, geography, and even the weather. If one considered the existence of ancient formations, one could even add in history and culture. Math served as only a single component. What was far more crucial was his adult mindset, allowing him to learn things much faster than the normal 12-year-old boy. It was often said that children were strong learners, but a child's learning ability came more from the fact that they were always copying others. When it came to a capacity to take in knowledge, they were far inferior to adults. The content an elementary student learned within a year couldn't even compare to what a high school student learned in a month. For this reason, Tangji was rapidly proceeding through his formation studies. The memorization abilities and techniques primed by exam preparation classes had laid down an excellent foundation, and in just half a year, Tangji had basically mastered all the basic knowledge needed for the Tao formations, leaving Xianxia effusive with praise. With a flick of Xianxia's hand, the formation talisman he had been drawing flew into Tangji's hand. Lay down a formation according to this diagram. A spirit surveying formation? Tangji said with a glance at the diagram. He was currently able to easily identify the function of each formation diagram. Spirit surveying formations were used to survey the movements of the surrounding area's spiritual energy so that cultivators could seek out areas of abundant spiritual energy. This was one of the simplest kinds of formations. Normally, cultivators also had spirit-seeing arts, but as formations were in tune with the laws of the world, they were more effective than spirit-seeing arts. Yes, this time, you must lay down a completely usable spirit-surveying formation, and it must cover a range of 3 li. Understood, Tangji firmly replied. He raised a hand, and a line of spiritual light shot out of his hand and landed on the ground. His jade gate was open, so he could take in spiritual energy. It was just that without a spirit eye, he could not store it. Thus, so long as he used the spiritual energy he absorbed before it dissipated, he could still use it to lay down spirit formations. However, this way of doing things was very discontinuous, and it was impossible to finish everything in one go. This resulted in a pitifully limited effect, comparable to the tracings of a child. As Tangji drew out the formation, Xianxia watched from the side, occasionally giving pointers. After 2 whole hours, he finally finished drawing the formation. He inserted spiritual energy to activate it, and he immediately saw a strange fog appear within the formation, churning around. Besides that, there were also white plumes of smoke. Success! Tangji shouted in delight. The emergence of these plumes of smoke was a sign that the formation was a success. These plumes of smoke represented the surrounding spiritual energy. The formation lines had markings, and these markings represented different locations. The size and color of the plumes of smoke represented the differing amounts of spiritual energy. This was his first time laying down a formation, and the formation only covered 3 li. If Xianxia had done it instead, it would have been instantly completed and probably would have extended for 10,000 li. As Tangji watched those plumes of smoke rise from the formation, he felt as elated as could be. Half a year of bitter studying had finally borne fruit, and he couldn't help but feel sincere gratitude to Xianxia. He even felt that it was no longer a waste of time to learn the Tao of formations, that it was actually rather useful. Many labors could only become enjoyable once they yielded results. Xianxia was extremely satisfied by this performance. There are still large gaps in the connections between the formation lines. Formation lines are where spiritual energy travels through the earth, and just drawing the lines isn't enough. You must also unblock the formation lines to ensure that the spiritual energy can flow freely. Look at this formation line. You made 2 patches, and there's already a break in the middle. While they look connected, in reality, only a thread of spiritual energy can get through. Laying down a formation isn't drawing a picture, and it's not good enough to make a good drawing. What's truly important is what's inside. Look here, here, and here. While some of this is admittedly because you don't have enough spiritual energy to sustain the laying down of the formation, some of it is also because you are unaccustomed to the work. I get it. It's just like how a road needs to be kept open. The widest road, if it's not kept properly cleared, will still end up being blocked. At times, a single breakpoint can paralyze traffic on the entire road. Correct. Besides that, your knowledge of divination is shallow. The spirit surveying formation is a formation for surveying spiritual energy. Since it is a surveying formation, it should be primarily operating through the Qian gate. The Qian gate represents heaven. To sit upon the central platform and listen to the flow of energy from all sides. Thus, the spirit surveying formation has the Qian gate as its primary. For what reason did you bolster the Xun gate instead? Note: the 8 gates represent the 8 trigrams that are used in Chinese divination. The names of these gates are Qian, Kun, Zhen, Kan, Zhen, Xun, Li, and Dui. Tangji awkwardly scratched his head. The Xun gate represents wind, light and nimble, emphasizing change and distance. You said that you wanted the spirit surveying formation to cover 3 li, so forsaking the root to seek out the branch. Xianxia swiftly rebuked. What you needed to do was to make a good spirit surveying formation, not to simply satisfy my requirements. Yes, I understand. Tangji sternly replied. Cultivation was not the same as preparing for an examination. While Tangji benefited from his past experiences, he was also restricted by the mindset from his past life. Fortunately, Xianxia had promptly pointed it out, so he understood where his mistakes were. Xianxia continued to lecture him on how his formation was insufficient, and as he got more into it, spirit lines began to shoot out from his fingers, repairing Tangji's spirit surveying formation. As the formation was repaired, it grew larger and larger, covering a greater and greater range. Not only were the clouds visualized, Tangji could now faintly make out rising and falling mountains. It was as if the entire world was within the formation, everything under his control. In Xianxia's hands, this spirit surveying formation had become a reflection of the world. Tangji was amazed, but Xianxia thought little about it, saying, all formations are connected. There are many times when just a few minor changes might create a completely different formation. When a spirit surveying formation is brought to its ultimate form, it can reflect the entire world, becoming a chiliocosmic formation. And it's not just the spirit surveying formation. Other formations can do this as well. The composition, changes, and improvements needed for this are incredibly complex. The mystery is endless. Even if you devote your entire life to the pursuit, you might not be able to reach the end. Do you still have no interest in this field? Tangji giggled. I know I was wrong. In the future, I will study hard and get better every day. Xianxia laughed at his words, but just when he was about to say more, there was a gleam of violet light in the formation. Startled, Xianxia looked at the formation and saw a flashing light within it. Violet energy surging to the heavens? Xianxia blurted out, his face paling. Violet energy surging to the heavens? What is that? Tangji's experience in cultivation was limited, so he did not understand the meaning of this phrase. Xianxia said nothing, falling into deep thought. What happened? Big brother Xu. Tangji could tell that something was off about Xianxia's expression, and spoke with concern. After a moment of silence, Xianxia suddenly laughed. It's nothing. There's no need to worry about this matter. Oh, right, we've lived together for half a year now, but it seems like we've never drunk wine together, yes? Today is your first time successfully laying down a formation, so let's celebrate a little. Why don't we do this? Go out and buy some wine and food. Today, let us brothers recite poems to the moon and drink together. Oh, right, remember to get old Chenji's braised duck. But Xianxia lives in Anyang Prefecture, Tangji replied with some difficulty. Then just go over. It's fine, Xianxia said with a casual wave. It's already late, so going to Anyang Prefecture now isn't very good. Moreover, Chenji's duck has always sold extremely well, and it normally doesn't last until the evening. Xianxia's face froze as Tangji continued, but there's some aged wine in the kitchen that was left behind by the original owner. Besides that, there are 2 chickens in the yard. If Big Brother Xu wants to eat, I can butcher them to go with Big Brother Xu's wine. Saying this, before Xianxia could reply, he rushed off to the kitchen. Xianxia frowned. He wanted to say more, but as he saw that flashing violet energy in the formation, he helplessly sighed. Tangji worked very quickly, and after 1 hour, dinner was served. The sky had gone dark, save for the moon hanging overhead. Xianxia and Tangji sat across from each other in the small pavilion, drinking white wine while eating sliced cold chicken. The moon was very beautiful. Xianxia looked in a daze at the sky. In the light of the golden rose-tinted clouds, the moonlight was intensified, seeming like golden liquid as it illuminated the courtyard. These evening clouds. Truly beautiful. Xianxia suddenly exclaimed. Oh. Tangji saw that Xianxia had a weird look on his face, so he did not dare reply. As if talking to himself, Xianxia said, these evening clouds are the afterglow of the gold ignis astral winds. They protect us, repelling any outside invaders, protect the Rosa Cloud domain, allowing its spiritual energy to continue to circulate and flow rather than leaking out. But they also shackle us, shackle the people of Rosa Cloud, preventing us from leaving this domain. I truly want to go out and see the great stellar chiliocosm, The great stellar chiliocosm was what those immortals who had attained the Tao and could ascend to the heavens called the world beyond the Rosa Cloud domain. It was said that there were actually countless worlds of various sizes beyond the Rosa Cloud domain. If the Rosa Cloud domain was the Earth, then the great stellar chiliocosm was the universe. Alas, leaving the rosy cloud domain was not an easy task. The gold ignis astral winds that enclosed the heavens served as a natural barrier that not even spiritual energy could escape. If ordinary cultivators got close, they would be burned to ash. Only true immortals who had stepped onto the immortal platform could endure the astral winds and leave this domain to freely roam the 9 heavens. Some people said that this was the Rosa Cloud domain's method of protecting itself. It was precisely because of the gold ignis astral winds that the majority of cultivators had no other choice but to return their remnants to the earth, giving back to the world the spiritual energy that they had stolen and allowing the cycle to continue. Without the gold ignis astral winds, cultivators could leave whenever they pleased, and with the passage of time, all the spiritual energy was certain to be exhausted. For this reason, in the eyes of some extremists, each immortal that ascended and departed was a criminal who stole spiritual energy and did not return it. Fortunately, the number of ascenders was low, and the amount of spiritual energy the Rosa Cloud domain truly lost was like a single hair from 9 oxen. Tangji didn't understand why Xianxia had suddenly brought up the great stellar chiliocosm. Xianxia drained his cup and filled it up again as he continued to talk to himself. When I was young, my father was very strict with me. Every day, if it wasn't cultivation, it was learning how to manage the clan. But I was born a rebel, so I would always be looking for chances to run out and play. Every time, my father would catch me and give me a good beating. At those times, second sister would protect me. I remember one time, when I went out to play, in a moment of mischief, I managed to burn down a little pavilion in the house. It was second sister who stood up and said that she burned it. Alas, father was no fool and still managed to find out that I was the real culprit. That board smacking down really hurt. Tangji silently listened. Xianxia continued to talk to himself. Thus, I began to plan on running away. Unfortunately, I ran away 3 times and was caught every time. One time, I even got out of Nadia Hill, but my father personally captured me and gave me a good beating. Xianxia dropped his head and chuckled. It was only later on that I came to know that since I carried the blood of the Xia clan in my veins, when I was born, my blood was registered in the ancestral hall, leaving behind a life lantern. No matter where I went, the Xia clan could find me through that life lantern. Unless I left the Rosa Cloud domain and entered the great stellar chiliocosm. At that moment, I began to dream about leaving this world. Of course, that was just a fantasy, and I later on realized how difficult it was to become an immortal. My Xia clan was one of the 4 great clans, but it could not even produce a Violet Palace true lord. If I wanted to leave this world, it would have to be through other means. At that point, I began to research the Tao of Formations. The Tao of Formations is extremely profound. It can turn the earth into a prison, create a world of its own. This Rosa Cloud domain is like a world-sized cage, so it can also be considered a natural formation of immense size. As I devoted myself to undoing this formation and immersed myself in the Tao of Formations, I fell in love with it. As I delved deeper and deeper, I eventually forgot my initial goal. He looked at Tangji. You said that you sought freedom unbound by all restraints. But did you know? While your dream looks simple, it is actually incredibly difficult. How can a human actually be truly free? Even if you succeed in cultivation one day, so long as you are still imprisoned in the Rosa Cloud domain, imprisoned in this worldly cage, you will not have achieved your freedom unbound by all restraints. So, as long you remain in the Rosa Cloud domain, you can't avoid your pursuers, right? That violet energy surging to the heavens. Have the people from Godhead Palace caught up? Tangji coolly said. Xianxia was startled, and then he shook his head and bitterly smiled. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. So you wanted me to go and buy Chenji's braised duck to try and send me away? Xianxia nodded. But later on, I realized that I didn't even know exactly when they would show up. What if they didn't come while you were out but did once you were back? So when you didn't accept the excuse, I decided to drop the matter. Better to just explain everything to you here so that you didn't die unaware. So why don't you run? I can't run. I laid down a bewildering formation at Jade Orchid Mountain, and since they didn't chase me for half a year, they shouldn't have been able to find me. But since they're after me now, it means that they know where I am, so there's no point in my trying to run. Xianxia gave a slight shake of his head, and a hint of grief appeared in his eyes. Tangji was stunned. He recalled what Xianxia had been telling him about the Xia bloodline and finally understood. He blurted out, "Your clan sold you out." Violet energy surging to the heavens. The Violet Palace realm. Tangji understood everything now. Violet energy was indicative of massive spiritual energy pulses, and violet energy surging to the heavens meant that someone with formidable spiritual pressure had appeared. Only an extremely small number of people in the Rosa Cloud domain had reached the Violet Palace realm, and in this remote region, encountering one was basically impossible. Now, the Spirit Surveying Formation had detected violet energy, and it was approaching Anyang Prefecture, straight to their location. There was a sliver of a possibility of encountering a Violet Palace True Lord by chance, but the fact that this one was headed straight toward them clearly meant that they were coming for Xianxia. They were not moving very quickly, so either this individual was not good at flying or was confident that there would be no escape. Considering how terrifying Violet Palace True Lords were, the latter was more probable. Xianxia hadn't even been able to beat an ordinary Celestial Heart Realm expert of Godhead Palace. Now that a Violet Palace True Lord was coming, how could he fight back? Tangji stared at Xianxia in shock, but Xianxia was as calm as an ancient well. Tangji stood up and yelled, "How could they treat you like this? You're a member of the Xia clan." He wasn't angry that Godhead Palace was coming, and Xianxia wasn't afraid. In the end, it just meant that he couldn't run any longer. But Tangji couldn't understand why the Xia clan had sold Xianxia out. But Xianxia shook his head. In lasting for half a year, they have already done their duty to the utmost. Tangji, you still do not truly understand the cruelty of the cultivation world, nor do you understand the status of the 6 major sects in the Rosy Cloud domain. The 4 great clans, in front of the 6 major sects, they are just small fish. A single Violet Palace True Lord can sweep over the 4 great clans. Due to the limits of the techniques my Xia clan cultivates, no one has been able to enter the Violet Palace realm as of yet. As for the 6 major sects, each sect has at least 3 true lords and celestial sovereigns, and even a few who are great powers of the immortal platform realm. My father has no choice but to lower his head. Tangji felt despair at these words. Then are you just going to give up like this? What else can I do? Xianxia smiled as he once more drained his cup. In truth, I knew that this day would come eventually. It was lucky that I even had half a year. This is the last kindness my clan could show me. I owe my clan too much, and if I could be reborn, I could only try to repay them. Tangji, let me tell you this. You cannot hate my clan for this, and in the future, you are not allowed to seek vengeance from them. What? Tangji was stunned. Vengeance? Where did this come from? Xianxia swiftly said. Yes. Remember, I was born in the Xia clan, and I will die as a ghost of the Xia clan. In the future, when you succeed in cultivation, if you can still remember what I told you, then you may only treat the Xia clan with kindness, not hate. But why should I? Because of this. Xianxia shook his wrist, thrusting the profound martial mirror which he had been so attached to into Tangji's chest. The 9th profound martial mirror is the key the martial lord left behind to undo the array, and the formation lines on it are those of the 9 executions immortal formation. It can simulate nature and is bursting with mystery. Only by comprehending it can you truly undo the 9 executions immortal formation. Moreover, when I was examining the mirror, I discovered that, besides the formation lines, there was also some strange mantra in the mirror, though I couldn't make heads or tails of it. Not even Godhead Palace knows about this. All they know is that the martial mirror is the key. If you have the time, try to comprehend this mantra. You must not miss out on this chance. In truth, I've always felt that the martial lord's arrangements can't have been this simple. While the 9 executions immortal formation is an ancient formation of extraordinary power, that's only to us. To those existences capable of killing him, it shouldn't have been as effective. It's clear that a single formation isn't enough, and the secret might be within the mirror. Xianxia then handed over a thick notebook, several bottles of pills, and his own sword to Tangji. The book contains all that I have learned about formations over the years. Take good care of it, until you've reached a level of formation where you can emulate nature, where you can perceive things as clearly as one can see a blazing fire. It is best if you do not try to comprehend the martial mirror, otherwise, your life might be endangered. As for the azure light sword, it is my only treasure. Though you still can't use it very well, it should be enough to protect you. The rest is rather ordinary, so sell it for money. I'm not good at fighting, so I've never liked things like treasures. I actually don't have much to give you, but so long as you continue to study the formation knowledge I have left for you and comprehend the diagrams, you will eventually be able to undo the 9 executions immortal formation and take the treasure within. But, there are no buts. Quickly leave this place. They've never seen you before and have no idea you exist. Even if I die, I will not let them get the profound martial mirror. Xianxia was shouting now, and the violet energy was getting closer and closer. No, I won't go. I don't care about some Xu clan. I only care about you. Tangji shouted. I won't throw you away. At that moment, he suddenly understood that in this half year, Xianxia had treated him like a little brother, and he had truly treated Xianxia like his older brother. No matter what, he could not just watch Xianxia die. Xianxia smiled. There's no need for you to be so agitated. I am not dying for your sake. If I wanted to survive, there would be some small sliver of help if I handed over the mirror. But I'm not a magnanimous sort, so if someone schemes against me, I have to repay it. Rather than gambling on a chance at life, I would rather take my sweet revenge. I give you the profound martial mirror so that I can borrow your hand to take revenge on Godhead Palace, burdening you with danger and trouble. Thus, there's no need for you to be too moved. Besides, without the mirror in their hands, my Xu clan will also be much safer. Saying this, Xianxia stood up and made a snatching motion at Tangji. Countless spirit lines appeared and wrapped around Tangji like threads. Xianxia took out a piece of paper and folded it into the shape of a horse. Xianxia drew a few lines on the paper horse and threw it to the ground. With a loud neigh and the stomping of hooves, a muscular white horse appeared. Xianxia threw Tangji onto the horse, the spirit lines wrapping themselves around the horse. He then slapped the horse on the buttocks and sent it off. Big brother Xu, don't make me go. Tangji shouted for all he was worth. Xianxia shouted back, go north, and don't come back. No. Tangji desperately shouted, but he had no means of breaking free of the spirit threads that bound him to the horse as it galloped away. As Tangji's figure faded into the distance, Xianxia finally sat back down. He took the wine and filled his cup again, muttering, a pity. In the end, I didn't have time to send you to the Basking Moon sect. You'll have to rely on yourself for your future path. Thus, he began to quietly await his fate. Chapter 13, Declaring an Aspiration. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The darkness of the night grew deeper and deeper. Some time had passed. In the small pavilion, Xianxia was downing cup after cup of wine, a burning sensation in his throat. Rather than using his spiritual energy to digest the alcohol, Xianxia immersed his entire body into the intoxication. Though he was slightly dizzy, he felt inspired, and recited, recollecting the young years, the old times roaming the parks, the carriages flowing like water and the horses like vigorous dragons, the flowers and moon in the spring breeze. Out of the dream, returning to the frontier fortress, the western winds worrying up green waves. When will the journey home be? Note, this poem is a fusion of 2 poems, both of which were written by emperors of the Southern Tang dynasty. The first section was written by Liu, the last emperor of the Southern Tang, while the second section was written by the second emperor of the Southern Tang. This poem was something he had thought up on the spur of the moment. He was no famed poet, but he was from a great clan and had read quite a few books. Mixing the lines of his forebears together, first recollecting the past and then musing on the current situation, could create something rather presentable. But just when he blurted out these words, A loud voice came from outside. Hand over the profound martial mirror and you will be able to go back home in all respects. Xianxia, rather than clinging to precious treasure and sighing leisurely at the moon, it would be better to return what is stolen to one's rightful owner and return to the proper path. As this voice spoke, 3 individuals appeared in the courtyard. Their leader was a violet-robed elder. He wasn't very tall, but he had a vigorous grandeur about him that made everyone focus on him. At this time, he had his hands behind his back as he looked at Xianxia, his eyes radiating such majesty that they were hard to directly gaze at. Seeing this, Xianxia immediately said, "So it is aspirational Lord Union who has personally graced me with your presence." Godhead Palace had 4 true lords, and true Lord Union was ranked second. In Godhead Palace, he was the insight master and was famed for his power and prowess. He cultivated the great aspiration divine connection of Godhead Palace, so he was known as aspirational Lord Union. You know that it is the aspirational Lord who has come, so why are you not kneeling? A voice exploded. It was none other than that Chong who Xianxia had clashed with at Jade Orchid Mountain, and he was the one who had talked about the return to the proper path. But the violet-robed elder was unmoved, simply saying, "It's fine." Xianxia glanced at the other individual out of the corner of his eyes. This was a young man in white who looked rather similar to Xianxia. Seeing him, Xianxia trembled all over. Big brother. Even though he had predicted that a member of the Xia clan would be coming, he had not imagined that it would be his older brother, Xiaogu. But when Xiaogu glanced at Xianxia, his face was emotionless, and he coldly said, "Father and mother miss you. Hand over Godhead Palace's possession and then come home with me." "Father, mother." Xianxia softly muttered. With a bitter smile on his face, he asked, "Are they still doing well?" "They are doing very poorly. In this last half year, they have been suffering for your sake. I have come this time to take you back to see them." "See them?" A hint of sorrow appeared in Xianxia's eyes. "Can I really still see them?" "Of course." Aspirational Lord Union finally began to speak. "Xianxia, in truth, this was a misunderstanding from the start. My Godhead Palace never intended to kill you." "How could we? The Xia clan is one of the 4 great clans of Nadia Hill, and Godhead Palace will not strike against its own people. We only planned to use the mind wipe spell on you once the matter was done, clearing away your memories." Mind wipe was a secret immortal spell that could wipe the memories of the person it was used on. But while the mind wipe spell was powerful, it was not selective. Once it was used, all memories would be wiped away, and even one's divine will would vanish. The person that the spell had been cast on would be stopped at Celestial Heart, unable to advance any further. Hearing this, Xianxia loudly laughed. "Without my memories, am I still me?" Without his memories, all his knowledge on formations would be gone, and he wouldn't even be able to muster together a single spell. All he would have would be his Celestial Heart Realm cultivation, but without any spell arts, he wouldn't even be able to beat a spirit disciple. This was no different from crippling him. Moreover, a person was a person precisely because of their memories, and it was how they had some understanding of the world. Without memories, how was a person any different from a newborn baby? Moreover, the use of the mind wipe spell was complex, so he probably wasn't telling the truth. It was more likely that this was the explanation they had made up for the Xia clan. "It's better than dying, as long as you are willing to allow me to search your memories with the soul scour spell to confirm that you did not leak the information to anyone else, and then hand over what you stole. I swear on my name as true lord that I will not kill you. Only wipe your memories and return you to the Xia clan." These were the conditions we agreed on with Xihueli. Soul Scour was an even more painful spell than Mind Wipe. When it was used, its target would suffer unbearable pain. Damage to the soul was getting off lightly, and in the worst case, one could be made into an imbecile. Soul Scour and then Mind Wipe. This was the greatest torture that could be inflicted on a living being, far beyond any mortal torture. But aspirational Lord Union spoke of them in such a nonchalant tone that they seemed like matters of course. In his view, Xianxia had stolen a treasure of Godhead Palace, so leaving him alive was already an incredible act of generosity to the Xia clan, a great show of benevolence from Godhead Palace. Xianxia was infuriated, and he glared at aspirational Lord Union and shouted, scour my soul and then wipe my mind. Xianxia, you're ruthless, truly the master of insight of Godhead Palace, a man whose name makes others pale. But this time, I'm afraid you won't get your way. He was so furious that he even dropped the titles, directly calling Xianxia by his name. He then stood up, his body surging with spiritual energy and radiating a formidable will to fight. Even in front of a Violet Palace true lord, he refused to back down. Xianxia paled in fright. Third brother, what are you doing? Don't be stupid. He finally revealed the concern at the depths of his heart. Aspirational Lord Xianxia's face darkened. The audacity. All he did was glare, but the air suddenly became as thick as glue. All of Xianxia's erupting spiritual energy was suppressed, forced back into his body. At the same time, he charged at Xianxia, his right hand grabbing at him as he shouted, Xianxia, just submit. Xianxia had been rendered immobile, but he fearlessly laughed. A Violet Palace true lord's words can connect to the heavens and earth, manifesting the divine connection in a single chant. But I'd like to see what your cultivation that can generate 10,000 arts with a single chant can do to stop me. His body erupted with spiritual light, exploding with such vigor and force that it overcame aspirational Lord Xianxia's power. He grimaced. Not good. He's going to detonate his celestial heart. Xianxia had never imagined that Xianxia would be so decisive, willing to commit suicide rather than give him a chance. In alarm, he thrust out his hands, a heaven-engulfing pressure encroaching from all sides as he shouted, Xianxia, don't be rash. Think about the Xu clan. Xianxia cut him off. I am thinking about the Xu clan. Each day you don't have the martial mirror is another day you don't move against the Xu clan. I've already taken care of everything. After I'm dead, if Godhead Palace moves against the Xu clan, the entire world will know about the martial mirror. By the way, big brother, you probably don't know what the martial mirror really is, do you? Xianxia was dumbfounded. He truly did not know what the martial mirror was. The people of the Xu clan only knew that Xianxia had stolen some important treasure of Godhead Palace, presumably related to the treasury they had sought Xianxia's help to open. But they had never known what this treasure was. There were many treasures in the world, and not everyone was worth sacrificing one's life for. Godhead Palace's pursuit of Xianxia could have been due to the importance of the treasure, but it could also be understood as anger at the betrayal, so there had been no reason to consider the value of the treasure. But now, it seemed like this treasure was incredibly powerful, so powerful that Godhead Palace would even destroy the Xu clan for it. Xianxia was aghast at this revelation. What? Xianxia was also astonished by Xianxia's words, not having expected that he would have a backup plan like this. His mental trepidation affected his immortal arts, and for a moment, the spiritual pressure weakened. Xianxia used this chance to unleash spiritual light from his entire body, transforming it into a giant ball of light that shot into the sky, lighting up the night like a rising sun. Not good. Xianxia immediately saw that the situation was dire, his mind rapidly turning as he thrust forward his hands and shouted, Heaven-Earth Barrier, rise. A layer of immortal energy covered the third brother. No. Xianxia howled in grief. Xianxia glanced at Xianxia, hazy moisture in his eyes. Goodbye, big brother. Xianxia is too ashamed to report to father and mother in this life. I must entrust it all to big brother. No. Xianxia let out a heart-wrenching cry, but Xianxia's spiritual energy was surging out of every pore in his body, bringing with it large quantities of blood. The spiritual energy transformed into a giant tidal wave that swept out in all directions, and as it swept up to the heaven-earth barrier, it erupted with flames of light. The entire house was flattened, and the remaining power surged forward with unstoppable momentum, turning the vicinity into flat land as well. Fortunately, this was a remote and deserted area. However, the entire region was shuddering as brilliant lights shot into the air. If the previous scene had been like a rising sun, the flames of light achieved the effect of the sun pressing down on the earth. Anyang Prefecture, several li away, was also bathed in this rain of light. The entire city tottering on the verge of collapse. Who dares to cause trouble in Anyang Prefecture? Several figures charged out of Anyang Prefecture and began to head in the direction of the incident site. That wave of spiritual energy left all of them shaken. How much strength did this person have to unleash such terrifying spiritual pressure and might? Something big has happened, a cultivator within Anyang Prefecture said in a dry tone. A white horse flew along the old Anyang road. Tangji continued to struggle, trying to break free of the spirit lines that bound him, but his efforts were futile. He saw himself getting farther and farther from the home, and his heart grew colder and colder. No, I want to go back, Tangji shouted. He circulated the visceral manifestation classics mantra as hard as he could, absorbing spiritual energy. Even though he knew that it was useless, he still tried. Spiritual energy ran rampant in his body, inflicting unbearable pain on Tangji, but Tangji did not stop. He continued to borrow the spiritual energy in his body to try and break free of his bonds. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sliver of spiritual energy fuse into his veins and vanish. At the same time, one of the spirit lines binding Tangji snapped. Tangji was startled, and then he was elated. He stimulated the spiritual energy, fusing more of it into his veins. Tangji felt as if his blood was beginning to seethe, like his body was about to explode. It was a bizarre development that Tangji had never experienced before, but he continued without remorse, for he could feel his strength crazily soaring. As he fused more and more spiritual energy into his veins, Tangji suddenly roared and shook his arms. Crack, pop. The spirit lines binding him all snapped. As the spirit lines snapped, the white horse let out a loud neigh and collapsed to the ground, instantly returning to its paper form. Tangji tumbled to the ground, but he immediately jumped back up. He had taken a nasty fall just now, but he was completely uninjured, and he felt like there was still unspent strength surging through his body. Seeing that the white horse had turned back to paper, he angrily roared, "No, get up, take me back." The paper horse silently lay in Tangji's hand, not transforming no matter how much spiritual energy he poured in. Helpless, Tangji threw aside the paper horse and began to run back to the courtyard. He wasn't going to fight with the people of Godhead Palace. He only hoped to get back before they arrived and get Xianxia away from there. What did it matter if they had the Xia clan's life lantern? He and Xianxia could just take the profound martial mirror and hide out in the Basking Moon sect. He didn't believe that the Godhead Palace would dare to chase them into the Basking Moon sect. It was true that they were in dire straits, but there was still a way out. There was no reason to give up so easily. But he had only managed to make it a few steps when he saw an enormous explosion of light in the distance. It had clearly come from their house. "No, Big Brother Xu!" Tangji yelled in grief. At that moment, he understood that the one known as Xianxia had ceased to exist in this world. Stupidly gazing at that distant plume of smoke, Tangji suddenly dropped to his knees. "Big Brother Xu, farewell!" A savage killing intent in his eyes, he shouted to the heavens. "Today, Tangji declares his great aspiration. I swear an oath on my heart demon, to be marked on my origin heart, that so long as this Tangji still walks the earth, he will destroy Godhead Palace." Chapter 14, The Basking Moon Sect. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The vicious winds finally died down. The spiritual energy had vanished from Xianxia's body, which thudded to the ground. Once the light was gone, a downpour of spiritual rain descended. This was all of the spiritual energy that Xianxia had absorbed, now returning to nature. When an immortal passed, 100 spirits were born. When an immortal was born, 100 spirits vanished. This was an unchanging principle of the cultivation world. The relationship between the cultivation world and the natural world was like that between night and day, in a constant cycle of creation and destruction. When a cultivator died, it would mean that a pure land of spiritual light would be born. Similarly, when a powerful cultivator emerged, a large amount of resources would be consumed, and perhaps even countless mountains and rivers would disappear. But to Xianxia, while spiritual energy was cyclical, there was no getting back a lost life. Spiritual rain fell on his body, shoulders, and face, turning into tears. "Little brother." Xianxia silently wept. "Bastard!" Xianxia furiously roared. Xianxia had detonated his celestial heart, and while the heaven-earth barrier had prevented him from taking too much physical damage, his dignity had been severely damaged. This was no different from a vicious slap to the face. What did it matter that he was a Violet Palace true lord? Xumuiyang had still left him with nothing. He charged out and searched Xumuiyang's body, but he found nothing. His face ghastly pale, he turned to Xu Yunyan and said in a trembling voice, "Aspirational Lord, the martial mirror isn't on him." Xu Yunyan gasped. He had come on this trip precisely to get back the profound martial mirror, never imagining that Xumuiyang might not have it. After all, it was a rare treasure that was the key to opening the formation. Anyone who got it would be unwilling to part ways with it. Only now that he recalled Xumuiyang's words did he realize that he might have made a grave mistake. Xumuiyang had not been lying. Half a year was enough time for him to do many things. Search. This is the foundation of Godhead Palace's prosperity. Even if you have to search the heavens and the earth, you will get the martial mirror back. Xu Yunyan lost his bearing as he chillingly spoke, his savage visage infused with an indescribable terror. As he called out, He Chong rushed into the ruins and began to search through them. Though he was a true person of the celestial heart realm, he now acted like a mole, though he seemingly did not care about his appearance. But despite his best efforts, he found nothing. After seeing He Chong search through the ruins and come up with nothing, Xu Yunyan's eyes filled with killing intent. He angrily glared at Xuruogu. "Your fine third brother." Xuruogu was stunned, realizing that Xumuiyang had thoroughly enraged Aspirational Lord Yunyan. He hastily dropped his head. "O wise Aspirational Lord, this matter has nothing to do with the Xu clan." Xuruogu, as a representative of the Xu clan, will mobilize all our men to seek out this martial mirror. Find it. How? Xuruogu took in a deep breath and answered, "I understand my third brother. Since he said that he had a plan, the martial mirror probably isn't here." But when we arrived, I found that the courtyard was very clean, as if someone was frequently cleaning the place. My third brother has never cared about his appearance, was too lazy to care about anything besides his clothes, and in his difficult straits, he certainly wouldn't have been in the mood to keep the courtyard clean. Someone else must have been responsible for this. In addition, I got a look at that stone table and saw that there were several small appetizers on it. Third brother has never been fond of mortal food and drinks. With this food and wine on the table, it must mean that he was enjoying them with someone else. Although he's put away the bowls and chopsticks, I can still see that he was not alone here. You're saying he must have given the martial mirror to someone else? Xuruogu firmly declared. So long as we find this person, we can find the martial mirror. Since the wine and food were still warm, this person hasn't been gone for long. If we find out who they are, we will be able to get back Godhead Palace's possession. Xu Yunyan's eyes brightened. He Chong, immediately investigate who was staying together with Xumuiyang. Xuruogu sighed in relief upon obtaining Xu Yunyan's acknowledgement. Little brother, in the end, I had to let you down. In Xumuiyang's eyes, no one in Godhead Palace was worth trusting. While Xu Yunyan had been saying that he had never meant to silence him through death, who could say if he was telling the truth? Perhaps it had merely been a means of winning over the Xu clan. Once he had the martial mirror, he might have started killing everyone. Since the Xu clan had been brought into the mix, then even if they didn't know the entire truth, they would know that this was an extremely important matter and thus be silenced anyway. But if Godhead Palace couldn't get the mirror, there was no point in silencing witnesses, and with the additional threat of leaking information, the Xu clan was safe. But this was only Xumuiyang's opinion. The only people he had interacted with were the members of Godhead Palace harboring ill intentions while he was working on the formation. His viewpoint determined that he would never be able to trust anyone from Godhead Palace. Xuruogu did not think this way. It had to be said that the Xu clan was still one of the four great clans of Nadia Hill, boasting high status and prestige and a network that spanned the kingdom. If Godhead Palace destroyed the Xu clan, it would trigger massive unrest in Nadia Hill, with such broad and far-reaching effects that it might even cause internal discord within the sect. While Godhead Palace was powerful, it was still rooted in the lands of Nadia Hill and relied on mortals and numerous ordinary cultivators for its extraordinary status. It would not take such a chaos-causing move lightly. Killing Xumuiyang would only affect the Xu clan. Destroying the Xu clan would affect the entire kingdom. Their meanings were completely different. Thus, Xianxia firmly believed that even if Godhead Palace got back the martial mirror, it would not truly destroy the Xu clan. On the contrary, it might use the opportunity to ingratiate itself and share some of the goods with the Xu clan, thus burying the hatchet between the two. This was not out of the realm of possibility. After all, Godhead Palace had not killed Xu. He had committed suicide, making it somewhat easier for the Xu clan to accept. But on the other hand, if they didn't get back the mirror, there was a high chance that Godhead Palace would remember this grudge and secretly work to suppress the Xu clan, causing it to fall from its peak status. At the very least, this chance was higher than that of the Xu clan being annihilated. The dead only thought about survival, but the living had to consider how to live even better and to continue the glory of the clan. Thus, he was more willing to help Xianxia get back the martial mirror to seek forgiveness. While brothers, they had two completely different opinions. Xianxia had a rather extreme personality, while Xianxia was very steady and earnest. But Xianxia understood the importance of the martial mirror, while Xianxia knew nothing. It was impossible to say who was more right until something happened. As they were thinking, a loud cry came from the horizon. Who dares to release spiritual might in this land, alarming the common people and acting as if my Basking Moon sect does not exist? The Basking Moon sect's people are here. Hichong shouted. Xianxia coldly grunted. Hichong, get to work. Xianxia, come with me to welcome them. I really wonder, what can the Basking Moon sect do to us? Kayang province was remote, so even if the Basking Moon sect had sent people to manage this place, it could not be anyone too important. So long as it wasn't an elder of the Basking Moon sect, who could think about stopping Xianxia. Several figures flew over from the distance, their leader wearing a black robe and sporting a long beard. He had a lively light in his eyes and a large sword slung across his back. Upon seeing Xianxia, he was just about to shout orders when he suddenly shivered, rubbed his eyes, and took a second look. Seemingly frightened, he descended from the air, then immediately put his hands together and bowed. Nanbiching of the Basking Moon sect pays respects to Aspirational Lord Xianxia. I did not know that the Aspirational Lord was gracing this land with your presence, so please forgive me. Xianxia glanced at this Nanbiching and noted, kid, you have some experience. Nanbiching smiled. Aspirational Lord is a celestial being. This one is Nanbiching, assigned as the branch manager of Anyang Prefecture. This one is fortunate enough to possess a myriad immortal register, where he saw Aspirational Lord's image, so this one knows not to offend you. The so-called myriad immortal register was really a sort of protective talisman in the cultivation world. There were all kinds of eccentric personalities in the cultivation world. Those who lacked tact and loved to play around in the mortal world. If some unaware and unlucky individual ran into one of these high masters, they would truly be seeking death. There was no telling when one might run into such an individual, so someone established the myriad immortal register, upon which were drawn the images and distinguishing characteristics of all those at or above the celestial heart realm, the true persons and true lords. Of course, not all great powers could be found in the myriad immortal register, and some experts were skilled in changing their appearance, but it was still better than nothing. Later on, a new function was developed for the myriad immortal register. These were rankings. There were rankings for new talents, rankings for true lords. It was essentially a strength differentiator. There was no ranking for the immortal platform realm. Firstly, there were very few people in this realm. Secondly, immortals were not people that could be recklessly ranked by mortals. Accidentally irking some immortal would result in an unjust death. Xianxia was one of the 4 divine lords of Godhead Palace, and he had made his name early on and was renowned throughout the cultivation world. Thus, his appearance was recorded on the myriad immortal register. Besides that, he had a proud personality and refused to do something as lowly as changing his face. Thus, Nanbiching had almost instantly recognized him. As for Xianxia and Hichong, while they were on the myriad immortal register, they were ranked very low, and their drawings had been done crudely, so Nanbiching was not guaranteed to recognize them. Of course, even if he had, he wouldn't have cared, Given that the mighty Xu Yunyan was present, Nanbiqing was the manager for Anyang Prefecture and its surroundings, and though he did not hold any government position, as a spirit master of the mortal shedding realm, he had the respect of all the officials and cultivators in the area, who all addressed him as spirit master. But in front of Xu Yunyan, he was like a mouse who had seen a cat, not even daring to fart. He was so frightened that those behind him also fell silent, not knowing where this man had come from. They didn't even have the right to see the myriad immortal register. Nanbiqing came forward and bowed. For what reason has aspirational Lord Yunyan graced the meager lands of Kayang province? If there is something you need, aspirational Lord need only say the word. This one will do everything in his power to serve. Xu Yunyan grunted, no need. We have business here, so just leave. Nanbiqing's expression immediately turned awkward, but after some thought, Nanbiqing raised his hands in a salute and said, Aspirational Lord is incorrect. This Anyang Prefecture is under the administration of my Basking Moon sect, and we are the masters of this place. While Aspirational Lord is a Violet Palace true lord, you are still a guest, and is there such a thing as a guest having the master leave? What did you say? Xu Yunyan's eyes unleashed divine light as he glared at Nanbiqing. Invisible spiritual pressure immediately came down on Nanbiqing, and he felt like there was a mountain on his shoulders, rendering him immobile. He endured the pressure and said with some difficulty, if Aspirational Lord has business, Nanbiqing will naturally not stop you, but as the supervisor appointed by the sect, this one cannot just leave. Please forgive me for this offense, Aspirational Lord. When he first saw Xu Yunyan, he had been overcome with terror, but he had quickly composed himself, and he was now throwing caution to the wind. Before getting here, he had seen spiritual energy shoot into the sky with an astonishing aura, and he knew then that this was probably not a problem he could deal with. Thus, he had long ago shattered his messenger talisman, sending a notification to the sect. And when he saw that Aspirational Lord Yunyan had come personally, he had shattered an emergency token. Not only could this emergency token request aid, it could also contain a small amount of information. As time was short, he only had time to write in his sleeve that the Aspirational Lord had come. Though it was rather vague, it was probably enough for the Basking Moon sect to understand. The Basking Moon sect's men were already on the way, so all he needed to do was keep these people here until then. If the reinforcements from the sect saw Xu Yunyan driving him away with a single sentence, he could end any hopes he had of further advancement in the sect. But if he could resist Xu Yunyan's pressure until the sect's reinforcements arrived, he would have made a major contribution. He knew that he couldn't hold Xu Yunyan for even a second, but this was still the Basking Moon sect's territory. If Xu Yunyan dared to kill a member of the sect here, he would be essentially slapping the Basking Moon sect in the face. This was not something he would do unless he had gone completely mad. Nanbiqing was also taking a gamble. There had always been many people in the cultivation world who were willing to gamble their lives for the sake of advancement. So you insist on observing me? Nanbiqing smiled and answered, Aspirational Lord misunderstands. Aspirational Lord is a guest from afar, so this one only wishes to do his utmost in his role as the host. As the branch leader of Anyang, I can be considered a local expert, so if Aspirational Lord needs something done, you need only ask. Nanbiqing is willing to lead his subordinates in serving you. The cultivators at his side were sharp, and immediately saluted. We are willing to serve the Aspirational Lord. Xu Yunyan could not possibly have them help him find Tangji. Once Tangji was found, they would probably interrogate him first. Any matter that required a true lord was not a small concern. Just when Xu Yunyan was about to say no need, Nanbiqing glanced at the nearby ruins and sternly said, Xinan, can you find out who was living here? Xu Yunyan immediately felt an ill foreboding. The Basking Moon sect was familiar with the area and would probably find out everything soon. He immediately thought about silencing witnesses, but then he realized that Nanbiqing had undoubtedly already reported back, and this was the incident site. He might have been able to kill the person, but there was no silencing the words. He inwardly fumed, cursing Zhumyuyang for giving him such trouble right before he died. There were many ways of committing suicide, but he had chosen to detonate his celestial heart, probably precisely so that he could bring in the Basking Moon sect. Nan Biqing had no idea how many times the death god had circled over the heads of him and his subordinates. A cultivator at his side quickly withdrew, and a few moments later, he returned with a booklet. After flipping through it, he said, "Found it. Half a year ago, this house was sold." The buyer was some youth not local to the area. Not a local? Xi Yunayan's eyes flashed. What was his name? The cultivator was just about to answer when Nan Biqing snatched the book and instantly destroyed it. You! Xi Yunayan was enraged. Just when he was about to strike, Nan Biqing placed his hands on that cultivator's face, building up spiritual energy as he loudly said, "Aspirational Lord, since you have come here, how could you just leave?" If it were to be known that my Basking Moon sect treated Aspirational Lord so rudely, we would lose all face. As for information on the owner of this house, it is but a minor concern. So long as Aspirational Lord is willing to stay, the Basking Moon sect will offer the information with both hands. It appeared that if Xi Yunayan did not agree, Nan Biqing would unleash his spiritual energy and destroy that cultivator's head. This was a decision that Nan Biqing had made on the spot. Xi Yunayan angrily smiled. "Do you really think that will work on me?" "Of course not. A Violet Palace True Lord can send their divine will through the world and create 10,000 arts with a single chant. How could a few little tricks from me possibly stop a True Lord?" Nan Biqing smiled. With these words, his subordinates finally understood that they were facing a master of the Violet Palace realm, leaving them scared out of their wits. But Nan Biqing continued, "But while it is easy for Aspirational Lord to kill me, it is not easy to stop me. And I presume that Aspirational Lord came from afar to do more than kill members of my Basking Moon sect, yes?" Xi Yunayan froze. The 6 major sects did not coexist in harmony. They had many quarrels with each other, but these conflicts were not in the open and were instead prosecuted in the shadows. Going up to the door and slapping the other party in the face was not something people of this sort did lightly. Provoking one's opponent normally had few advantages. Nan Biqing continued, "Aspirational Lord, please hold a while." Xi Yunayan coldly snorted, "Brat, it has been many, many years since I've met such an audacious junior. It seems that the Basking Moon sect has been producing a lot of talents as of late. But, unfortunately, it seems like they lack experience." Xi Yunayan slightly raised his hand. Nan Biqing turned pale. Was Xi Yunayan really going to risk a grudge with the Basking Moon sect to kill him? But to his surprise, Xi Yunayan pointed at an empty area in front of him, upon which the destroyed book began to come back together. Once it had reformed, it flew into his hands, even on the same page number it had been when it was destroyed. "This, the Art of Origin Return?" Nan Biqing cried out in alarm. "No, it is the Tao Will of Time." While the Art of Origin Return can return things back to their original shape, it requires sufficient understanding of the object in question. But the Tao Will of Time is different. It only has the target return to what it was at a certain point in time. Xi Yunayan answered with a smile. "Tao Will? A Tao controlling Celestial Sovereign?" Nan Biqing said in shock. While True Lords and Celestial Sovereign were both at the Violet Palace realm, there was a difference between them. Spells, arts, divine connections, and Taos. These were the 4 major abilities of cultivators, and only those who controlled a Tao could be called Celestial Sovereigns. Without control over a Tao, even if one entered the Violet Palace, one could only call themselves a True Lord. Xi Yunayan regretfully shook his head. Only a minor Tao. This cannot be considered true control over a Tao, as it can only be used on inanimate objects. The Great Tao is boundless, and who can say that they can control it? Even Celestial Sovereigns can't compare to Earth Immortals. As he spoke, he began to read through the book, and he quickly found the information he sought. Tangjai, 12 years old. Xi Yunayan read out the name. At this time, He Chong ran over. Just when he was about to say something, Xi Yunayan waved his hand and said, "I already know who this person is. Let's go." Nan Biqing panicked and said, "Aspirational Lord, please hold. My sect's 3rd senior uncle has heard of Aspirational Lord's arrival and is already on his way to welcome you, and he has ordered this lowly one to keep Aspirational Lord here no matter what. His venerable self will soon be here." "That madman Xiao Bian is coming?" Xi Yunayan scowled at this name, angrily saying, This old man has no time to see him. Basking moon sword fanatic Xiaobian was a renowned martial maniac who loved fighting with others the most in life. This fellow clearly wanted to find him for a duel, regardless of anything else. Xu Yunyan naturally wasn't afraid of him, but he had an important mission and no time for Xiaobian. But though he didn't want to fight, the other party might not be willing to let him go. He had barely spoken when a long whistle could suddenly be heard from the distance, after which a beam of sword energy pierced through the clouds and erupted with light. There was even more power in this sword energy than in Xumuiyang's detonation of his celestial heart, and sharp sword intent swept through the world. Even though it was far on the horizon, Xu Yunyan and Xuoge could still sense that vicious fighting intent. Bastard! Xu Yunyan cursed. Xiaobian had come so quickly that it was obvious that he had used a teleportation formation. All of the 6 kingdoms had teleportation formations to make movement convenient so that any stricken area could be swiftly reinforced. But teleportation formations of one kingdom were not normally linked to teleportation formations of another, and one would have to cross the border the old-fashioned way. Besides that, using them required a vast amount of spirit stones, so they were only used for important occasions. Xu Yunyan had not imagined that Xiaobian would be so insane as to use a teleportation formation to come over and duel him. A frigid sword flew out from the distance. At first glance, it was far on the horizon, and a moment later, it was right in front of them. An illusory sword sliced at Xu Yunyan as a brash voice resounded in the air. Xu Yunyan, you came at the perfect time. Come and fight me. Xiaobian, this one is searching for a traitor to the sect. It has nothing to do with your Basking Moon sect. Xu Yunyan pointed his hand at the air and thrust, causing that sword to disappear. So long as it happened within my Basking Moon sect's territory, how could my Basking Moon sect not be involved? Cut the chatter. Let's fight first. With this bellow, a tall and muscular middle-aged man with long hair appeared out of the clouds. He swung his arm, and another sharp light sword slashed at the ground. Hichong, Nuogu, go after that person. Leave this fellow to me. Xu Yunyan roared. Golden armor appeared on his body, the same kind of golden armor that Tangji had seen at Jade Orchid Mountain, though radiating even brighter golden light. He punched, instantly creating spiritual pressure that made everyone back away, their feet shivering in fear. But Xiaobian was unsatisfied, brashly declaring, don't try and fool me with your godhead armor. Hurry up and use your great aspiration divine connection. Each slash more frenzied than the last, Xiaobian filled the sky with innumerable swords, imbued with so much power that they cut down hills into flat land. The aftershocks of sword energy alone were enough to send cultivators scattering. Bastard! 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 Xu Yunyan was infuriated beyond words. He knew that there was no way he could go after Tangjai with this fellow dragging him down. His only option was to try and defeat him first. A moment later, he flew into the sky and began to chant, I declare my great aspiration, to destroy all conditioned existences in this world. Chapter 15, Pursuit. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Anyang Prefecture was particularly lively tonight. First, Xumuiyang had detonated his celestial heart, sending energy skyward. Afterward, Xu Yunyan and Xiaobian had gotten into a big fight, battling from Windscreen Ford all the way to the summit of Rainbow Cloud. For the entire night, the people of Anyang Prefecture could see gouts of flame in the sky and hear rumbles of thunder. Shockwaves of spiritual energy stirred up storms that wreaked havoc across Anyang Prefecture, destroying nearly 100 civilian homes and flattening the hills around Windscreen Ford. Even so, it wouldn't be long before life returned. The vanished grass and trees would grow back, and the hills and mountains would gradually recover through the use of spell arts. This was how things were in the cultivation world. The land would experience a cycle of restoration and destruction because of cultivators. Rivers changing course and mountains rising and disappearing were commonplace. Cultivators could enter seclusion for 100 years, and when they finally emerged, the world would have changed. Thus, while battles between cultivators might have been bitterly fought, battles causing the sun and moon to grow dark and blood to bathe the heavens, when the battle ended, ancient battlefields would often become gathering points of spiritual energy and prosper. If some ancient great power died, the land would be blessed for 10,000 li, and in time, a powerful sect would be born. Of course, there were also great powers who would not die in a timely fashion and who would seal all of their power into a spiritual land. The Nindak martial lord was an example of this sort. It was precisely because no one had discovered his spiritual land for 10,000 years that the formation had finally begun to fail, allowing a small amount of spiritual energy and good fortune to leak out, thus drawing in countless people greedy for its power. Xianxia was in no mood to mess around with Xiaobian. As the martial mirror took precedence, after fighting for a bit, he shouted, "Xiaobian, can I still not concede?" Xiaobian loudly laughed. "What a dishonest fellow. You clearly have some strength in reserve, so how could you concede? Come, let's continue. If you have business, we can talk about it once the battle is over." No matter how unwilling and reluctant Xianxia was, he could not hope to leave unless Xiaobian stopped his assault. The two of them fought until the sun rose in the east. Upon seeing the break of dawn, Xianxia angrily roared, "Xiaobian, just how long do you want to fight? This old man has business and doesn't have the time to play with you." The swords suddenly disappeared, and Xiaobian miraculously sheathed his sword and drew back. Laughing, he said, "Since aspirational Lord Xianxia is in no mood to fight, then forget it." What a pity. If aspirational Lord is in no mood to fight, then even if I win, it would be a hollow victory. Aspirational Lord, since you have business to attend to, then please be on your way. My Basking Moon sect will not try to keep you. But, aspirational Lord, you should understand that this Sage Heart Kingdom is protected by my Basking Moon sect. Consider your actions carefully. With a hearty laugh, he departed. Xianxia was so angry that he could vomit blood. He had come very quietly and inconspicuously, and it was clearly this bastard who had started a fight as soon as he got here. Just who was the one not considering their actions? Returning to the ground, Xianxia saw that Yichong and Xuruoga were still there. Killing intent in his eyes, he asked, "Why have you not gone after that boy?" Yichong answered, "Li Hongyang and Ming Yikong came as well. They were watching us and forbade us from leaving." What? Basking Moon sect, this isn't over. Xianxia was furious, thrusting out a palm and obliterating a large boulder next to him. But despite his fury, he could do nothing to the Basking Moon sect. After some thought, Xianxia said, "So much time has passed that kid has probably run far away by now, and finding him won't be easy. Yichong, find the person who sold this house, get a description of that boy, and have a painting made. Distribute this portrait to all of our Shadow Hall disciples in Sage Heart and have them search for him. We must find him." What? Mobilize all of our Shadow Hall disciples? Yichong's heart thumped. The Shadow Hall referred to the spies that the various sects had planted in other kingdoms. They specialized in gathering information, and if necessary, they could be mobilized to execute special missions. This was an extremely dangerous career, and most cultivators with future prospects would not choose this path. Thus, each spy was extremely valuable. Godhead Palace had only 100-some spies in Sage Heart, and if they were all mobilized, the chances that they would be exposed were extremely high. The moment the Basking Moon sect found them, they would be dead men walking. The Basking Moon sect would not kill Xianxia, but it would be ruthless to these spies. When the time came, there would probably be a sudden rash of accidents. That's not something we can worry about right now. The martial mirror is the foundation of Godhead Palace's prosperity. We have to get it back no matter what, Xianxia ruthlessly said. Xuruoga was alarmed, hastily saying, "Aspirational Lord, this matter has already alarmed the Basking Moon sect, and they will probably keep a close eye on us. If we mobilize the Shadow Hall disciples now, I worry." Xianxia understood what he was saying before he could finish. If they mobilized the Shadow Hall disciples now, the Basking Moon sect would probably catch them all before they could even do anything. Xianxia nodded. "You're right. That was my mistake. Do you have any ideas?" Xuruoga answered, "Aspirational Lord, in the end, this is the land of the Sage Heart Kingdom, so our actions can't be too brash. In my view, We have several paths that we can proceed on. Oh, tell me them. The first option would be to bring over the elite trackers from Godhead Palace and Nadia Hill and have them start their investigation from here. The second would be to bribe the local officials of Sage Heart Kingdom and gather information from them. The third option would be to gather some people from the rural areas and have them serve us in conducting the search. If we use the people of Sage Heart to do our work, we'll have more manpower at a cheaper price. And not even the Basking Moon sect will be able to stop us. Xianxia nodded at these words. Not bad. You've got a good head on your shoulders and deserve to be the next patriarch of the Xu clan. Having the Sage Heart people help us in our search is an idea. That being the case, Hichong, send a message back to Godhead Palace. Have them send over Hunting Eagle, and then inform the Shadow Hall disciples to work with him. Hichong respectfully replied, it will be done. But, Aspirational Lord, if we do this, the Basking Moon sect will have a clearer idea of our objective. They probably already know enough, Xianxia commented. Ha 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 ha. Feels good, feels good. That was truly an excellent fight. In Anyang Prefecture, Xiaobian laughed, holding his sword upside down, as he entered the Basking Moon sect's branch hall. As he seated himself at the head seat, two other individuals stood at his side, both true persons of the Celestial Heart Realm. One wore an azure robe while the other wore a black robe. They seated themselves below and to the sides of Xiaobian. The azure-robed one had a green complexion, appearing like a corpse, while the black-robed one had a face so handsome that even men would be moved. All the other cultivators, including Nan Biqing, were prostrating at Xiaobian's feet, paying respects to Third Martial Uncle, paying respects to the founder, paying respects to true person Hong Yin, paying respects to true person Yakong. Greetings filled the air. Xiaobian waved his hand. All of you, rise. Who is the one in charge here? Nan Biqing hastily stood up. Nan Biqing, Xianxing's disciple, pays respects to Martial Uncle, true person Hong Yin, and true person Yakong. Xiaobian looked at Nan Biqing. Xianxing, you're Yan Xianxing's disciple? Go on and tell me what happened here. The rest of you are dismissed. Everyone else left, leaving Nan Biqing to report on what had happened. Of course, Nan Biqing made sure to include how he had calmly faced down Aspirational Lord Union and was determined to die if necessary. The three individuals simply listened. Once Nan Biqing was done, the azure-robed man asked, do you know who it was in the residence? Nan Biqing hurriedly replied, true person Yang Hong. After Martial Uncle began battling with Aspirational Lord Union, this disciple immediately sent men to investigate the details of the residence. We have already found that there were two inhabitants in the residence. One was a 12-year-old boy called Tang Jai. The house was bought under his name, and he once worked at an inn in Anyang Prefecture. He had been working there all the way until last night, but he did not show up today. The other was an older man in white, appearing 20-some years old. Since he arrived half a year ago, he has remained in the residence and did not come out. I've questioned the seller of the house, who confirmed that when they were exchanging pleasantries, the man seemed to have the surname Xu. Xu? The black-robed man immediately said, I recall who that fellow from last night was now. It was Xianxia. So Xianxia really did come this time to hunt down a traitor? The green-robed Li Hongyang asked. Xiaobian snorted. Bullshit. Is hunting down a traitor so important that Xianxia himself would come out? And since when was it Godhead Palace's place to manage the affairs of the Xu clan? That spiritual explosion last night was clearly a Celestial Heart Realm true person detonating their Celestial Heart. Harumph. For a mighty true person of the Celestial Heart Realm to be forced to detonate their Celestial Heart, this matter is clearly more complicated than it seems. Hongyang, find out how many Celestial Heart Realm experts the Xu clan has, and which one of them like to wear white. There's no need to investigate, the black-robed Ming Yakong swiftly said. The Xu clan has 7 people at the Celestial Heart Realm, Xu Huili, Xu Ogu, Xu Minayu, Xu Muiyang, and 3 others who do not have the surname Xu. That man in white wasn't of the right age to be Xu Huili, and since it was a man, it could only have been Xu Muiyang. Xu Muiyang? Xiaobian was taken aback. That formation master? He stroked his chin and began to think, muttering, in other words, Godhead Palace and Xianxia came to capture Xu Muiyang, but Xianxia was more willing to kill himself than be captured. But Xianxia is dead now, yet they haven't left. On the contrary, they're trying to find that boy. Haha, there's a problem here. It seems like the boy must either come from some extraordinary background, or else be holding some precious treasure. Martial uncle is truly perceptive. I think the same. But I have not heard of any young scion of any sect going missing as of late, so I would venture to say that there is an 80% chance of it being the latter. What does Martial uncle think we should do next? Mingya Kong asked. Is there any need to ask? Xiao Bian grunted. I don't know what it is that Godhead Palace wants, but I know it must be important. So important that Xi Yunyan would come himself, so important that someone as proud as him would concede to me. Haha, he didn't know that the more he wanted to leave, the more I had to keep him. I don't care what Godhead Palace wants to do, but my Basking Moon sect can't let it succeed, at least not easily. He slapped his hand down, obliterating the table beneath his palm. While Xiao Bian was called a sword fanatic and martial maniac, he had never been stupid. A love of fighting merely served as his smokescreen. He had come over this time to make trouble for Godhead Palace, and if Xi Yunyan had confessed that Xianxia had stolen some treasure of Godhead Palace, Xiao Bian might have dropped the matter. The Basking Moon sect was not so impoverished that it would want to steal Godhead Palace's treasures. But the more unwilling he was to talk about it, the more suspicious Xiao Bian became, and the more Xiao Bian wanted to impede him. Thus, he fought with even greater enthusiasm. The 6 major sects got along on the surface, but they struggled against each other in the shadows. Each of the sects only had one other sect that they truly got along with. For the Basking Moon sect, its true friend was the Thousand Passions sect, while it treated the rest with faint courtesy. Now that Godhead Palace had run over to the territory of the Basking Moon sect, Xiao Bian would be letting down his title of third martial uncle of the Basking Moon sect if he didn't try to hinder Godhead Palace in some way. In any case, he was a martial maniac. Relying on his behavior of feign madness, Xiao Bian had succeeded in causing a mess for Godhead Palace. With this said, Xiao Bian continued, investigate that boy immediately, and have our disciples seek him out. We have to find him before Godhead Palace. I don't believe that we can't find someone in our territory before they can. In addition, send people to keep watch on Xi Yunyan's movements. It would be best if he mobilized his Shadow Hall disciples so that we can catch all those mice in one fell swoop. Cold sweat drenched Nan Biqing's back as he said, Martial uncle, to follow a Violet Palace true lord. This disciple, no need to keep it a secret. You can just follow him in the open, the handsome Mingya Kong said. Since aspirational Lord Yunyan has graced my Sage Heart Kingdom with his presence, we must take care of our guest to the utmost. Arrange a place for him to stay and then find some people to serve. I trust that the aspirational Lord will not be able to refuse my Basking Moon sect's hospitality in earnest. Find a few smart and discreet disciples for this matter. This disciple understands, Nan Biqing quickly replied. Openly keeping watch on Xi Yunyan wouldn't result in any big harvest, but many things could be found by observing the small details. Besides, the Basking Moon sect already knew what they were trying to do, so what they needed was to delay rather than further investigate. As for the truth, they would know everything once they found that boy, Tangjai. Xi Yunyan and his company were in such a rush to leave that I'm sure that Tangjai hadn't been gone for long. Mobilize all our men in the area, and we should be able to find that Tangjai, Li Hongyang said. This disciple will go. Only now did Nan Biqing move to leave. Hold on. Xiao Bian suddenly said. You risked your life to keep Xi Yunyan here for our arrival. You did very well, and I will report this to senior brother and get you the reward you deserve. Thank you, martial uncle. Nan Biqing said in delight. In just 2 days, the Basking Moon sect found all the information it needed. There were 6 people who were of similar age and appearance to that Tangjai, had gone out alone that night, and had been in the area. According to the accounts of people in the area, of these 6, 5 had already been found, and none of them had anything to do with Xianxia. The last one had yet to be found. Eyewitness reports said that he had last been spotted going north. Xiao Bian immediately ordered the local officials on the border to dispatch large numbers of people to search for the boy. At the same time, He Chong, who had bribed the local officials at great expense, had also learned this news. He organized a group of wandering warriors to begin searching for Tangji. But after 2 months, he was still nowhere to be found, as if he had vanished from this world. Chapter 16, Ling Province. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Ling Province, Kanglong Prefecture. Sage Heart had 12 provinces, and in terms of area, Ling Province was ranked 4th. In terms of spiritual energy, Ling Province was ranked 10th. But economically, Ling Province was ranked 2nd. This place was located in the south of Sage Heart, and like Kayang Province, it was located in the far east. Geographically, however, it was located close to Cloudlike Isle, forming with it an important cape called Boundless Cape. Setting out from Boundless Cape and sailing along the coast, one could reach the Ensi Kingdom in 30 days. Ensi and Sage Heart were not connected by land, but they were linked by ocean routes. The sea route meant that this place was a major nexus of maritime trade, making Ling Province the most important economic province for the Sage Heart Kingdom. Thus, even though Ling Province lacked in spiritual energy, it had a status that could not be ignored. Kanglong Prefecture was where the provincial headquarters of Ling Province was located, and it was the most bustling place in the entire province. This place had the Sage Heart Kingdom's largest ships, its most high-class restaurants, its most luxurious inns, and its most beautiful women. A boy was confidently walking its long avenues. It was none other than Tangji. He had not listened to Xumuiyang and gone north. Rather, as soon as he had left Anyang Prefecture, he had turned around and headed south. Xumuiyang had told him to go north because Basking Moon Academy was in the north, and he had wanted Tangji to seek instruction there. But Tangji knew that since Godhead Palace had not gotten the profound martial mirror, it would not let Tangji go. As he was traveling alone, his trail would be too obvious. Thus, after making a feint, he had changed course, sticking to small paths and traveling only at night. It was a simple trick, but very useful. No one expected a 12-year-old to play this sort of trick, and the pursuers had mostly gone north. Only a very small number had been sent south, and so naturally, even if they had searched every inch of the Sage Heart Kingdom, they would have never found him. There was another reason he had gone south. Without Xumuiyang's recommendation letter, Tangji would have found it very hard to enter Basking Moon Academy. Basking Moon Academy accepted only 1,500 disciples every year, but there were at least 100,000 contenders for these 1,500 spots. And this wasn't even considering that he couldn't pay for the tuition. Basking Moon Academy required an annual tuition fee of 300 spirit coins. Spirit coins were the basic currency used by cultivators. The official exchange rate put the value of 1 spirit coin as the equivalent of 1 of silver. But in reality, mortals found it very difficult to make this exchange. As a result, there was a private market for spirit coins where their value was 3 to 5 times higher. This also meant that the initial tuition for Basking Moon Academy cost more than 1 million yuan, and this was just the tuition. The cost would only rise when all the other expenses were added on. In truth, Basking Moon Academy didn't actually make money from the tuition, but the same couldn't be said for all the other expenses. It was rather like the spin-off merchandising industry from his previous life. The reason this was the case was that Basking Moon Academy had been founded with the intention of fulfilling the desires of mortals who sought immortality, and was intended to educate everyone regardless of background. In the earliest stages, the various major sects had their own ways of assessing foundations and selecting inner sect disciples. But the sects quickly realized the many drawbacks of this method. Cultivation required a foundation, but not everything relied on the foundation. It was like how someone needed intelligence to reach success, but they could not rely entirely on their intelligence. There were always a few people with ordinary aptitude who managed to get outstanding grades. For those ordinary people who could not get their foot through the door, this served as the best evidence that one's natural aptitude was a useless measure, and so they were dissatisfied with these selection methods that looked solely at one's foundation. While the cultivation sects claimed that their children were incapable of cultivation, they were really just being conservative and old-fashioned, obstinately clinging to foundations. Since there were people in the world who had succeeded in cultivation without good foundations, who could say that they were not one of those people? In reality, while people like this did exist, they were so small in number that their methods were not worth imitating. But the common people knew nothing, always believing that if others could create miracles, so could they. When the immortals refused them at the gates, they could not help but begin to resent them. In order to avoid too many conflicts with the secular world, to maintain their image, and make their countries more governable, the immortal sects made a compromise. These were the immortal academies. They announced that anyone could enter these schools to study, and so long as they succeeded in their studies, they could enter the sects. This method killed 4 birds with one stone. 1. It avoided the prejudices of the foolish mortals who believed that the sects were not giving them a chance. 2. It saved them the effort of assessing the foundations of their disciples. Assessing a disciple's foundation was not some easy task. It required a senior of the sect and some resources, and little things built up into great expenses. 3. It provided an extra source of revenue to the sects. The parents of the world were all the same, so that their daughter or son could cultivate. They were willing to offer up all their life savings. They would hate anyone who refused them, grumbling that they weren't being given a chance. But if they failed to make the grade, their families would blame them for being incompetent rather than the sect, and their elders would give up on the idea. 4. This truly could prevent the sects from missing out on disciples who were astonishingly talented despite lacking a good foundation. After all, anyone who could meet the standards of the sect, regardless of the state of their foundation, had some value to the sect. But some sects believed that this method had far too much of a secular flavor to it. Cultivators were high masters that resided outside the world. They could accept the reverence of the common folk, but how could they imitate them and open up schools? If everyone had the chance to cultivate, wouldn't the cultivators be lowering their status? But the facts bore out that only by opening the gates could one gather talented individuals. Those conservatives who kept the gates closed would ultimately drown in the wave of the new era. The Basking Moon sect, Godhead Palace, and the other 4 sects had been able to become the 6 strongest sects of the Rosa Cloud domain not merely because of their formidable reserves. They had also been the first to change, which had ultimately allowed them to attain their current hegemonic positions. As for those stubbornly conservative sects, their scarcity of disciples ultimately resulted in deficits of manpower, and they gradually declined until they vanished into the river of history. But as time went on, Basking Moon Academy gradually changed from a school for all ordinary people into a school dominated by the rich and powerful. It was excruciatingly difficult for poor sons and daughters to get in. Of course, there was not just one path to cultivation. But just because it was difficult to get into Basking Moon Academy didn't mean any of the other paths were easy. For example, Tangji had been with Xianxia for a long time, but he had never been able to learn his immortal arts. Those immortal masters who had emerged from their respective sects had basically all sworn oaths that they would not pass down the immortal arts of their sects to outsiders. When the heavens opened one door to mortals, it often closed another. As the best path to cultivation in the Sage Heart Kingdom, Basking Moon Academy was the site of the most vehement competition. In short, the poor pursued scholarly fields, the rich studied martial arts, and those who sought immortality suffered poverty for 3 generations. The path of immortality was difficult, and just the initial studies were enough to make the majority of people despair. When it came to money, Tangji did have it. That azure light sword Xianxia had given him was a decent treasure of good value. However, selling the sword was the same as exposing himself, and besides, Xianxia had given him this sword, and he was reluctant to sell it. Moreover, even with money, that door was still not open to him. Only with 9 cycles of his Jade Gate and astonishing talent would he have had a chance at an exceptional admission. If he wanted to get into a school, he would have to use other means. After spending half a year with Xianxia, Tangji was no longer completely unaware of the cultivation world. Thus, before coming here, he had already developed a full plan. As he walked down the street, Tangji spotted a bustling restaurant frequented by numerous customers. Tangji went in, sat at a table, and ordered a few small dishes, after which he began to eat and drink. He was in no rush. He slowly ate and drank until the mealtime rush had passed. As the customers dwindled, Tang Ji waved over a waiter. Taking out a few copper coins, he placed them in the waiter's palm and requested, "Waiter, I have a question I'd like to ask you." The waiter's eyes flashed with happiness as he put away the money. "Honored guest, what do you need?" "This is my first time at Kanglong Prefecture, so I'm not familiar with the situation. I'd like to find someone to ask." "What does honored guest want to know?" "A lot. But what I want to know the most is which families have the greatest status in Kanglong Prefecture." "This is." The waiter hesitated. Tang Ji chuckled and gave him a few more coins. "Don't misunderstand. Do I look like some big-shot bandit to you?" The waiter looked at Tang Ji and saw a young boy, not someone particularly wicked. Moreover, true bandits were not likely to use this method of gathering information. His worries allayed, he said. "This Kanglong Prefecture has 5 major clans: the Jins, the Zhangs, the Gus, the Wise, and the Zhaos. Each one has an outstanding reputation in Kanglong Prefecture, and it could be said that half of the wealth of Kanglong Prefecture resides with these 5 clans." "Explain a little more in detail," Tang Ji said as he pointed at the food on the table. The waiter saw that there weren't any other guests around, so he sat down, picked up some chopsticks, and began to eat as he spoke. "If you had to point out the biggest clan in Kanglong Prefecture, it would be the Jin clan. The Jin clan got its start with ships, and at present, 6 out of every 10 ships at the pier are owned by the Jin clan or under its control. It has 10 some cultivators under its retainer, and that's what you can call amazing. The Zhang clan is a clan of officials, with its venerable patriarch once serving as the left assistant steward of the Ministry of Personnel. That's a rank 4 official, and he has disciples across the land. In Kanglong Prefecture alone, there are numerous officials who originated from the Zhang clan. The current prefect of Kanglong Prefecture even has to visit the Zhang patriarch and wish him a happy birthday every year. They own the most land in all of Kanglong Prefecture, particularly spirit fields, almost all of which are controlled by the Zhangs." The waiter took a few more mouthfuls before continuing. "The Ge clan had its start in the underworld. Apparently, they first united Kanglong Prefecture's underworld. The head of the clan at the time was supposedly some cultivator who was associated with some sect, but the details aren't too clear. All I can say is that this is a ruthless bunch of people with the worst of reputations. They primarily operate bodyguard services, gambling houses, pawn shops, and loan houses. Besides that, they also get money from the local gangs, from which they've also raised quite a few thugs. The Y clan and Z clan only started getting big recently. For the most part, they do business on the streets, with quite a few of Kanglong Prefecture's stores belonging to these 2 clans. The Y clan primarily works in goods, fabric, restaurants, inns, pharmacies, clothing and food stores, things that the common people buy. Their Z clan works with flowers, jewels, books, and banks, and they usually interact with nobles and officials. Our restaurant was opened by an in-law of the Y clan." "I see." Tang Ji pondered all this information and then asked, "If I were to choose a clan to side with, which clan do you think is better?" The waiter laughed and then gave Tang Ji a profound glance as if he was saying, "I just knew that you were going to ask this." He replied, "Joining them isn't easy. Of these clans, the first 3 have all existed for more than 100 years, and even their subordinates are brought up in-house, passed down from generation to generation. The steward's son becomes the steward, the gatekeeper's son becomes the gatekeeper, and so on. They're all very loyal, and it's very difficult for outsiders to get in. Then the Wise and Zhaos. They are recruiting outsiders, but they require people with clean backgrounds." "A clean background?" Tang Ji muttered. His own background could not be considered clean. After asking the waiter a few more questions and getting a general picture of the situation, Tang Ji left. For the next few days, Tang Ji wandered around Kanglong Prefecture, strolling around for 10 some days before disappearing again. It was soon winter. The winter this year in Kanglong Prefecture seemed particularly cold. Overnight, a large blanket of snow was dumped on the city. As old Wu got up in the morning, he saw that the street was covered in white, and his own courtyard was thickly carpeted with snow. Shaking his head, the old man went out to clear the snow. Once he was done, old Wu massaged his aching back and sighed. Ha ah, I really am getting old and useless. These bones have gotten worse again this year. He coughed a little as he spoke. An elderly voice said from inside, "Old man, don't forget to clear the snow in front of the gate." "I know, old woman," Old Wu rudely replied. As he opened the gate and was about to shovel the snow, he suddenly felt his leg kick against something. Looking down, Old Wu paled. "Oh no, old woman, Someone died in front of our gate." "What?" A moment later, an old lady ran out of the house and to the gate. Truly, someone was lying down in front of the gate, their body covered in snow. If Old Wu had not accidentally kicked them, they would have remained undiscovered. The old lady hurriedly squatted down and took a closer look. "Oh my God, he's just a boy. How could he have just died? What a shame." Old Wu sighed. He could now clearly see that the one who had died in front of their house was a boy, yet to reach adulthood. Suddenly, the body on the ground twitched, causing the two elders to jump in fright. But they quickly came around, and the old lady shouted, "He's still alive. Hurry, carry him inside." The elders worked together, lifting the boy up and into their house. While they were both rather old, they had worked for a living and the boy was light, so they managed to do it. Placing the boy on the bed, Old Wu shouted, "Old woman, hurry up and heat up some ginger soup for him to drink." "We can't get careless." The old woman hastily ran off to heat the ginger soup. The boy seemed to become more energetic with some ginger soup in his belly, and his eyes slowly opened. "Awake. He's awake." The old woman excitedly shouted. The husband and wife sighed in relief. Old Wu nodded his head and smiled. "He's awake, and that's all that matters." To think that I, Wu Nanpu, could still save someone in my old age. And in the same way as last time, ha ha. The old lady rolled her eyes at him. "Look at how proud you are. If Xina were to ever find out, he'd mock you all day." But she was also rejoicing inside. The boy woke up, looked around, and seemed to realize something. He suddenly sat up and got on his knees. "Elders, thank you for saving this little one's life. This little one swears to repay your generosity even if my body and bones are shattered." "Come on, get up. What's the point in saying all this?" The old lady hastily helped the boy up, and only then did she ask him how he had fallen unconscious outside their gate. The boy answered that he had fled from the Wild Grain Plains. The Wild Grain Plains were overrun by bandits, and it was commonplace for villages to be wiped out. Though the immortals cleared them out, the bandits were like weeds, returning again and again, only to be wiped out once more. This boy had been one of the victims of the Wild Grain Plains horse bandits. His family had been slaughtered, and he had ultimately fled alone all the way to Kanglong Prefecture. But without any food or money, he wandered the streets until he almost froze to death in front of the Wu home. The old lady looked at the boy's weak and thin body and felt pity. This child has truly been through a lot, coming alone from so far away, only to run into this winter's first big snow that almost took his life. If we have him leave, with no home to go back to, he really might freeze to death on the streets. She turned to Old Wu, and though the old man said nothing, he understood her meaning. This Xina is no longer here, and the home only has the two of us old folks, so it might not be very suitable. The old man was hesitant. The old lady slapped the old man on the head and rebuked. "What are you still thinking about? A little boy alone and impoverished? Are you really just going to watch as he freezes and starves to death on the streets? When you save someone, you save them all the way." But his background isn't clear. His background isn't clear? Wu Nanpu, are you from some big shot clan that is worth the attention? Old Wu scratched his head. It was true. Though the Y clan steward's care in the last few years had made their lives much better, in the end, they were just an ordinary family that wasn't worth anyone's attention. Moreover, he had always been a good person who was praised by everyone, and he certainly couldn't recall having any enemies. With this in mind, he nodded. "Since that's the case, why don't you stay with us for a while? As for when you find a job," he was going to say that once the boy found a job, he could move out. But before he could finish, the boy prostrated on the floor and said, "Elder, thank you for allowing me to stay. This little one was saved by the two of you, so from now on, I will regard you as my father and mother." "Ah?" The old man was dumbfounded, but the old lady was all smiles. Patting the boy on the head, she said, "Good, good. An extra person is just another bowl and another pair of chopsticks, nothing more. Right, child, I still don't know your name." The boy raised his head, revealing his starry eyes. "My name is Tangji." Chapter 17, Guchenking. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. And in Nanyang Prefecture, a slender young man in golden fighting clothes with straight eyebrows and bright eyes stood in front of Xianxia. He bowed to him and said, "Guchenking of the Hawk Hall pays respects to Aspirational Lord and pays respects to these two true persons. There is no need for such courtesy." Xianxia waved his hand, indicating that the man should sit down. "Thank you for coming from so far away. Aspirational Lord, thank you for your concern. Your disciple brought 12 capable men from the Hawk Hall with him and is ready for Aspirational Lord's orders. On the matter of seeking out the martial mirror, I would like to hear your opinion. I presume that you already know about the matter?" "Yes. This disciple read through all the files on the way here." "What is your view?" "There is no solution to this problem," the young man answered. Xianxia raised an eyebrow. This Guchenking appeared unafraid, only saying, "With the trouble Xiao Bian has caused, we have already missed out on the best time to catch that boy. The heavens and earth are vast, the people as vast as the sea. As we did not catch him in the last few months, even if we have a few more years, even decades, we still might not be able to catch him. We've never even seen his face before. Don't we have the name?" "In the Sage Heart Kingdom, there are thousands of people with the name Tangji. Besides that, a name is something that can be changed whenever one pleases. If we rely only on the name, we probably won't be able to find anything." "And the portrait?" Xianxia asked. "Even more useless," Guchenking rudely answered. "Oral descriptions are only useful when the subject in question has obvious physical features. For example, a face with a mole, a bald head, or some other natural trait. But if they're an ordinary person, a portrait is unable to identify anyone." Everyone fell silent. Portraits were already somewhat different from the real person, and when one considered that this portrait was based on oral descriptions, while the result might look similar to Tangji, it would be difficult to recognize him unless one had actually met him before. Guchenking added, "In addition, it is only a boy who is still growing. As a person grows up, their appearance will change. After a year has passed, even someone who was familiar with him might not recognize him in person, let alone from some unreliable portrait. And we aren't even considering that he might be trying to hide." "Does that mean we just have to let him go free?" Hichong anxiously asked. "Naturally not. I am only saying that pursuing him might not produce a result." "I did not say that I could not find him," Guchenking indifferently answered. "What's your plan?" "Given what you've said," Xianxia said. Guchenking answered, "To catch this boy, we must first understand him. While coming here, I investigated everything about Xianxia and found that he did not know any boy by the name of Tangji before this. True person Xu should be able to confirm this." "Yes," Xianxia answered. "Then this means that Xianxia got to know this boy after he fled to the Sage Heart Kingdom." "True person he, when you were chasing Xianxia to the Sage Heart Kingdom, did you ever leave Xianxia alone for too long?" "Absolutely not," Hichong answered. "I chased him all the way, sporadically battling him, barely leaving his side. At most, we were separated for only a few hours." "That means that he got to know this boy after the battle at Jade Orchid Mountain." "The house was bought 1 month after the battle at Jade Orchid Mountain, by which time that Tangji had already made his appearance. Thus, he should have met Tangji during this month. Before coming here, I ordered the Shadow Hall disciples to investigate Xianxia's movements in the area. They discovered that 1 month after the battle at Jade Orchid Mountain, several days before Tangji bought the house, bandits massacred the villagers of Little River Village at the base of Jade Orchid Mountain. The entire population of the village was slaughtered. You think that Xianxia did it? I've already been to Little River Village, and someone set up a gravestone there, though, unfortunately, there were no names. I had my men dig up the grave and inspect the corpses, and we confirmed that the wounds inflicted were sword wounds. Some of them had died to a divine will attack. As expected. Hichong snorted. On that day, When I was defeated, I used the divine god's fury to blast apart that 8 gates heaven seal formation. Xumuiyang had made that formation in haste, so it wasn't that effective. Xumuiyang must have been too injured to maintain the formation, so he must have stayed in the area to heal up, only coming out 1 month later. This happened to be just in time to run into those bandits slaughtering the villagers, so he killed the bandits in turn. This Xumuiyang, even when death was imminent, did not forget his chivalrous nature. His voice was dripping with disdain. That sounds right, Gachenking commented. Before coming, I also had my men investigate the surrounding villages. Some people had relationships with Little River Village, and they verified that there truly was a boy with the surname Tang of about 12 years old. Alas, their relationships were shallow and they lacked detailed information. The entire village was burned down, so there is no means of getting any more detailed information, but we can be 80% sure that this Tangjai is the last surviving villager of Little River Village. After killing the bandits, Xumuiyang took him away. Is there a point in knowing all this? Hichong unhappily said. There is. Gachenking answered. Only by knowing who our target is can we understand him. This boy is not simple. And why do you say that? Because we couldn't find him despite mobilizing so many men, because Xumuiyang dared to entrust that item to the boy, because he was able to get Xumuiyang to take him with him. Gachenking answered. He turned to Xuogu and asked, True person Xu, you are Xumuiyang's elder brother. In your view, is Xumuiyang the kind of person to entrust a treasure to a person he was not sure about? Xuogu shook his head. After killing all the bandits, would he leave with the boy he had saved and even live with that boy for half a year? Xuogu continued to shake his head. Cultivators lived wandering lives, and their interests came and went. While they would sometimes execute justice in the place of the heavens, going with someone they had saved was out of the realm of possibility. Yet this Tangjai had convinced Xumuiyang to take him and even entrust him with the martial mirror. It was clear that Xumuiyang had seen something in him. Xianxia sighed. It's no wonder we couldn't find that boy. In the end, we were deceived by his age. A normal boy in dire straits would reveal himself in panic, and Godhead Palace would have had the chance to find him. But since this boy was moving around with a plan and this wasn't their home territory, the task became much more difficult. Gachenking smiled. In truth, there are times when it's good that they're smart. A smart person has ambition, and ambition means a goal. Since we can't find him, we might as well try something else. You mean he has the martial mirror? Gachenking stated. He definitely knows the use of the martial mirror. Aspirational lord, if our boy has a key to a treasury, what do you think he will do with it? Xianxia's eyes gleamed. Do you even need to ask? He'll naturally look for an opportunity to open the treasury. That's right. Hichong slapped his hand. We just need to send people to keep a watch on the formation and he'll eventually deliver himself to our doorstep. But his words caused Xianxia and Xuogu to glance at him in contempt while silently cursing his idiocy. The 9 Executions Immortal Formation was an ancient formation. Besides knowledge of formations, one's cultivation was also crucial. Even with the martial mirror, Tangji was incapable of opening the formation. If they really chose to camp out in front of the formation, there was no telling how many years they would have to wait. Perhaps after 100 years, that boy might have become a corpse already and still not have made it to the Celestial Mountains, and the martial mirror would end up buried deep in the earth. Gachenking asked, thus, let me ask a question of true person Xu. Do you think that Xumuiyang would have passed on the cultivation mantras of the Xu clan to that boy? Impossible. Xuogu firmly declared. The Xu clan's cultivation methods can only be passed to those of the bloodline, not to outsiders. This is the foundation of the clan, and he would never have broken this rule. If Xumuiyang had been a traitor to the clan, Xuogu would have never dared to be so certain. But Xumuiyang had been thinking about protecting the Xu clan before his death, so he could have never done such a thing. Did he have any other cultivation method? No, Xuogu replied. My third brother was obsessed with the Tao formations, so he did not understand the cultivation methods of other sects. Hichong should be able to verify this. Hichong nodded. I fought with him for 2 months, and Xumuiyang used every trick at his disposal. I did not see him use any techniques outside of the Xu clans, so he probably could not use any. Then that means that Tangji most likely cannot use any cultivation methods, except. Xianxia recalled the Visceral Manifestation Classic, but considering that Xuruogu was present, he did not say its name. Guqingqing said, the Visceral Manifestation Classic is only a foundational cultivation technique and is not a cultivation method of the spirit platform realm, so it does not count. Hichong glared at Guqingqing for revealing the name of the Visceral Manifestation Classic, but Guqingqing simply chuckled. Who still can't guess at what's going on by now? But without knowing the specific value or location of the treasure, there's no way of knowing whether it is worth risking one's life for. The Visceral Manifestation Classic was the work of that august figure, but so long as its maker remains unknown, you can spread this name across the world without anyone caring. In truth, it's fine to speak openly. If you can't keep it hidden, it would be better to just stop hiding it. Just tell them that it's a treasury left by an Earth Immortal of the Immortal Platform realm located in Anadia Hill. Xianxia nodded repeatedly. Not bad. Since they couldn't prevent this news from leaking, they might as well lower its value. While the Immortal Platform realm was impressive, the various sects all had comparable existences. The relics of an Immortal Platform realm Earth Immortal was worth Xianxia making the journey, but it wasn't worth the all-out effort from the 6 major sects. But if we continue to pursue the issue, they might not believe us, Xuruogu hesitantly said. Thus, for now, I must have Aspirational Lord return, Guqingqing said. If Aspirational Lord remains here, you will only increase the perceived importance of this affair and draw the Basking Moon sect's attention. Your visit could be explained as a means of preserving Godhead Palace's dignity, but if you stay any longer, it means that this matter is one of grave importance. Then what about the martial mirror? Hichong frowned. While the martial mirror is important, it is in the hands of Mortal Boy. The true difficulty is in finding the person, not taking the item. A strong man could easily deal with the target, and there is no need for Aspirational Lord or these 2 true persons to remain. It makes sense. Xianxia nodded. Since that is the case, we will return to Godhead Palace tomorrow. Hunting Eagle, remain here and continue the search. But what does it matter that the boy doesn't know how to cultivate? Guqingqing answered, one must cultivate in order to unlock the 9 executions immortal formation. Since Tangji failed to obtain the Xiclan's arts and the Visceral Manifestation Classic is not enough to let him officially cultivate, then his next step. Xianxia understood. Basking Moon Academy. He'll definitely try to get into Basking Moon Academy. No wonder he went north. True. So long as we have people watch the academy, we'll catch him eventually. It's much better than keeping watch in the mountains, Hichong excitedly said. But Basking Moon Academy is not easy to get into, Xuruogu said. Yes, Guqingqing sighed. Fortunately, this boy doesn't seem stupid. I can only hope that he's very smart. So smart that he can overcome all the barriers before him and enter the academy. Basking Moon Academy only accepts students up until the age of 16. This year's chance has already passed, so he still has 3 years to attempt it, Xuruogu said. 3 years. Still another 3 years, Xianxia and Hichong helplessly said in unison. Guqingqing indifferently said, for the sake of Godhead Palace's eternal foundation, even waiting 100 years would be fine. Patience is the treasure that leads to success, whereas a lack of patience means that nothing will get done. Moreover, waiting at Basking Moon Academy will always be better than waiting by the formation. Of course, this disciple will do his utmost to find this boy, but our clues are limited, so the hope is minuscule. I suppose that's all that can be done. Xianxia nodded. As for the 9 executions formation, Godhead Palace will dispatch people to keep a watch on it throughout the year so that this kid doesn't get a single chance. We also have to keep an eye on the smaller sects. Yes, Guqingqing answered. But I feel that he will most likely choose Basking Moon Academy. With the martial mirror in hand, he would be wasting it if he did not apply his efforts on the proper path. To make the search easier, your disciple also wishes to place several subordinates in Basking Moon Academy. This. Xianxia frowned. Basking Moon Academy places a lot of emphasis on a clean background. Our disciples here might not be able to pass their checks. That's not necessary. Xianxia replied. Just have them enter the academy in the name of Godhead Palace. How could they agree to that? They will. The Basking Moon sect is worried about its secret arts getting out, but what we want is a person. We can go without the Violet Jade Mantra, and there is no need for us to learn the Divine Firmament's Ord Classic, so we can simply have them take unimportant classes and even be watched. If the Basking Moon sect is willing, we can also have them send disciples to our Godhead Palace Academy to study, where we will treat them as honored guests. While we might suffer a little loss, if we give them good conditions, they should agree. Chong grunted. Xianxia's words sounded nice, but in the end, he was thinking about himself. It seemed that he was intending to use Godhead Palace's resources to train his subordinates. Learning first-class arts was never easy. Besides exceptional talent, one also needed achievements and loyalty. For most disciples, let alone divine rank arts, the ordinary arts were more than enough to greatly boost their strength. Moreover, if these few people learned the arts of the Basking Moon sect, even if they were not powerful arts, they would still have unique value to Godhead Palace in the future. Their status would not be lacking and there would not be any need to worry about resources. In the future, there was an extremely high chance that they could become true persons or true lords. As these people would all have been selected by Xianxia, they would naturally be grateful to him, and so Xianxia's power and status would rise. He had truly given a lot of thought to this plan. However, Xianxia's meticulous plan needed Godhead Palace's approval, and all of this was dependent on Xianxia getting back the martial mirror. If he failed, Chong mentally sneered. You'll have to spit back out everything you ate. He had no grudges with Xianxia, but he had lost Xianxia, causing his status in Godhead Palace to fall. Thus, he naturally felt unhappy when he saw others performing well and hoped that they would fail. Makes sense. Xianxia had already stood up. I will report this to the Palace Lord once I return. Starting from now, this place is under your supervision. Yes. This disciple will not return to the palace without the martial mirror. Xianxia prostrated in delight. Chapter 18, Steward Qin. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Before daybreak, Tangji would rise to sweep the courtyard. There was a rustling sound as Tangji waved the broom again and again across the ground. Spiritual energy traveled through every meridian of his body before ultimately dispersing into nothing. But with each complete cycle, a sliver of spiritual energy would merge with his veins, causing his strength to swell. This was something Tangji had discovered when breaking free of the restraints Xianxia had placed on him. He discovered that cultivating the visceral manifestation classic could not only use spiritual energy to expand the meridians, but also merge spiritual energy into the blood and increase one's strength. Refining the blood, bones, and viscera with spiritual energy was something that only someone at the mortal shedding realm could do, and it was precisely why this realm was called mortal shedding, because one could shed one's mortal constitution. But the visceral manifestation classic could refine the body while one was still at the initial stage of the spirit platform realm. This was a pleasant surprise for Tangji. At that time, he realized that this was probably the true hidden purpose of the Visceral Manifestation Classic. Xianxia had always believed that the Visceral Manifestation Classic, as a product of the Martial Lord, had to have more of an effect than just helping one break through the Jade Gate, and it now seemed that he was correct. However, he had mistakenly believed that the Visceral Manifestation Classic was meant to help one to achieve 9 cycles of the Jade Gate, when it was actually for refining one's body early. It was hard to blame Xianxia for not thinking about this possibility. Immortals derived their power from spell arts, and the Jade Gate was most important, as it would directly determine one's cultivation speed. No one would have expected the Visceral Manifestation Classic to delve down another path. As for why it was like this, Tangji knew that he wouldn't be able to find the answer until he opened the Martial Lord's treasury. As he cleaned the courtyard and cultivated the Visceral Manifestation Classic once more, he felt his body growing stronger. Though he was just a teenager, he had about the same strength as an adult, and he delighted in this fact. The door creaked, and Granny Wu came out. When she saw that Tangji had already cleaned up the courtyard, she smiled and said, "Boy, you got up early again." Tangji smiled back. "When I was unconscious, the 2 elders saved me, and even the sacrifice of my life would not be enough to repay this kindness, so what does cleaning the courtyard matter? Grandmother, please go back and rest. I'll start boiling the water in the kitchen. There's no need. Once you got here, the two of us were left with nothing to do, with you doing everything. The old woman helplessly said, I don't even have a place to stretch my old bones. Then let me massage your back. Tangji walked over with a smile. He helped the old woman sit down and then began to attentively massage her back. Having learned massage from his father from his last life, he worked like a professional, his hands carrying just the right amount of force. The old woman was as comfortable as could be. When old Wu came out and saw what was going on, he couldn't help but laugh. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Why, you've practically become old lady Y. Granny Wu rolled her eyes at her husband and laughed. Look at this. Not even old lady Y is as comfortable as me. Little G's hands. They're truly exquisite. My entire body is relaxed, and I feel like I've gotten younger by a few years. Though I've been married to you for so long, I've never enjoyed something like this. I suppose this life was worth it now. Since grandmother likes this, little G will give you a massage every day from now on. Tangji said. All right. Granny Wu immediately agreed. Tangji was very good at conducting himself. In his few days here, he had thoroughly cleaned the house without asking for a single coin, only requiring 3 meals a day and a place to sleep. No servant came this cheaply, so how could the old granny not enjoy this treatment? In truth, it was very simple to get into someone's good graces. Someone who knew how to talk, conduct oneself, and work, so long as they did these things well, would naturally earn favor. The Wu couple had seen little of the wider world, and since Tangji could garner Xamu Yang's favor, it would be a simple task to get the favor of the old couple. He served the two elders until they felt like they were in paradise. Moreover, as they were alone, their children having left the house, Tangji's companionship caused them to like him more and more, and they truly began to treat him like a child of the house. Since that's the case, you can just stay here from now on. You don't need to go anywhere else, Granny Wu said with a hearty laugh. That won't do, grandmother. I still have to go out and work. I can't rely on my two elders for my food and drink for the rest of my life, can I? Tangji replied. You're still young. There's no need to be in such a rush. Grandmother, don't just look at my age. I'm rather strong and can do all the work an adult can do. Besides, the two of you saved my life and let me stay. It's only right that I serve you. How could I eat and drink for free? After some thought, old Wu nodded. That's true. Granny Wu glared. Old man, what are you saying? Are you really going to let little G go out? Do you really think we can't raise a single child? You can't say it like that, old Wu said, waving his hand. The child of a poor home starts managing the household early. If not for Tangji's troubles, he might not have become so clever and intelligent. I think having him go out to work will be good for him. If you think it's too much, you can just not take his money and let him save it up so that he can use it to get a good wife. Granny Wu found that this argument made sense, and dropped her head to think. I suppose it's fine, but since you want this, old man, you're the one responsible. Find little G a good job. Me? Old Wu was dumbfounded. With a bitter smile, he said, where am I going to find him a job? And besides, it depends on what he can do. Tangji's massaging hands began to move slower, and he dropped his head as he answered, Grandpa, I was born in a poor family, and I don't know how to do anything besides plant crops. Nothing at all? The look on old Wu's face immediately crumbled. That makes things hard. You've never had another job before? I have, actually, Tangji said. For a time, I was a page for a family there. The people rather liked me and treated me well. But then the bandits came. He stopped, a faint sob to his voice. The two elders understood and sighed. Granny Wu exclaimed, let's not talk about such sad things. It's no wonder little G is so good at cleaning the house. It felt like you worked for some big family before, right, old man? Granny Wu suddenly shouted, why not ask Steward Qin? Maybe he can get a job for little G in the Y estate. Old Wu immediately frowned. Doesn't it seem improper? What's improper about it? Granny Wu shouted back. You saved Steward Kin's life. That winter day, wasn't he just like little G, almost freezing to death at our doorstep? Really, it's quite the coincidence. I didn't think that, after 20 years, little G would end up in the same way. Qin Yuan is now the chief steward of the Y clan and has treated us well. If you go and talk to him, I'm sure it will work out. But the Y clan doesn't take people of unclear backgrounds, and not even Steward Qin might be able to change that. What unclear background? Granny Wu said, her eyes glaring. Little G is a part of our family. He's my stepson. Am I, Wu Yuhehua, still someone of an unclear background? If that's still not enough, just say that he's your love child that you had with someone else. Old Wu instantly blushed. What are you saying? I'm 56 years old, so how could I have fathered a 12-year-old love child? If these words of yours get out, how am I going to walk around the neighborhood? Really? Really? Granny Wu pursed her lips. Xina is only 17 this year, and isn't he also a son you had in your old age? How could that be the same? I was still 40, still had a little more strength. Old Wu took quite a while to squeeze out those last words. Little G isn't that much younger than Xina. Stop making trouble. Old Wu was so angered by his wife's words that he flailed his hands around. Tangji smiled at the bickering, but a moment later, he dropped to his knees in front of Granny Wu and shouted, Tangji is willing to treat my two elders as my adopted father and mother, and requests my elders to accept me. From now on, I will do my utmost as your son to fulfill my filial duty. It's still this boy that knows how to talk. Granny Wu smiled as she helped Tangji up. Ha, good child, since you've already kneeled, it would be rude of me to refuse. Hurry and stand. She then turned to her husband. What? Still not happy? It seems to me that you're blessed to have little G as your adopted son. This. Old Wu shook his head. In the end, he couldn't overcome his wife and finally nodded. Fine, I agree as well. He found the fact that he was adopting a son in his old age rather interesting, and couldn't help but chuckle. Then why haven't you gone to invite Steward Qin to come over for a visit? I will invite him in time, but you can't rush this matter. Tangji has only been at our house for a few days, and he needs to stay here for a while. Once everyone in the neighborhood knows his background, we can invite him over. Otherwise, when Steward Qin questions us about this child, we won't be able to say anything. How could he recommend him then? Secretly, Old Wu also felt like he needed to see this boy's character. 1 or 2 days wasn't enough for this. A long period of time was necessary to achieve understanding. That's true, Granny Wu muttered as she looked at Tangji. Tangji smiled and said, I'm in no rush, so long as my elders don't mind me eating for free. Goodness, how could we mind? And aren't you doing a lot of work already? You should get yourself accustomed to this place. Besides, your adopted father is here for you, so you don't need to worry about anything. Yes, adopted mother. With this, Tangji formally began to reside with the Wu family. Time flew by, and several months went by in the blink of an eye. As winter passed and spring arrived, another year began. It had been almost a year since his first meeting with Xumuiyang. In this year, Tangji had clearly grown taller. His meridians had finished expanding, and even his veins were brimming with spiritual energy. But it seemed like the visceral manifestation classic wasn't done yet, and it had automatically moved onto his bones and organs, making his entire body stronger and stronger. On the surface, however, he remained an ordinary youth. No one could tell that this youth's body contained enough strength to easily topple 3 or 5 strong men. At the same time, Tangji had gradually grown familiar with the surrounding neighborhood. There was no one on Big Willow Street who didn't know that the Wu family had saved a boy in the winter and had taken him as their adopted son. Though he wasn't old, he was extremely smart and clever. From time to time, he would help his neighbors with a few jobs, and he was also rather handsome, drawing the admiration of quite a few of the local girls. In celebration of the new year, Steward Qin paid a visit to the Wu family, bringing gifts with him. Tangji was fortunate enough to get a look at him. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, appearing very mature and composed. In the past, this Steward Qin had almost frozen to death in front of the Wu home. Fortunately, The two elders had given him a bowl of warm porridge and saved his life. Surprisingly, a few years ago, he had suddenly made it big. Following the master of the Y clan, he had become the Y clan's chief steward. Of course, he had not forgotten the kindness that had been shown to him. Every year, he would pay a visit during the New Year festivities and deliver gifts of some silvertals. Old Wu's son, Wu Xin, had benefited from Steward Qin and had entered the Y estate a few years ago for work. Later on, as a servant student, he had gone with the Y clan's first young master to Basking Moon Academy. All of a sudden, old Wu had a cultivator for a son, and his status soared. Though he had yet to finish his studies, even a spirit disciple would be enough for old Wu to not worry about food or drink for the rest of his days, and no one would dare to cause him trouble. It was also for this reason that Steward Qin became even more diligent. Today, Steward Qin had once more come to visit the Wu couple. Old Wu had Tangji prepare wine and meat, and then they ate together at the table. As they were eating, Granny Wu shot her husband a glance, but old Wu buried himself in his food and pretended not to see. Seeing this, Steward Qin laughed. "My elders, you must have something to discuss, yes? It's been so many years, so why the need to hide things from each other? Please, say whatever it is. If it is within my power, I would not dare to refuse." Angrily glaring at her husband, Granny Wu said, "This man has always been like that, never willing to ask something of others. Even now, he still feels embarrassed for asking your help to recommend Xina." "Just a minor matter hardly worth worrying about," Steward Qin said with a smile. "Brother Xin has not let the two of you down. He's become a study partner, and I'm even hoping to rely a little on Brother Xin's shine in the future. Of course, if he dares to not look after you, I'll have his hide. Even if he becomes an immortal, he's still my son. The flesh that dropped out of my belly." Granny Wu happily said. She then grabbed Tangji and said, "You know my family's little Ji. Some months ago, we picked him up out of the snow. Now that I think about it, it was just like you." "Yes." Steward Qin's eyes reddened at the mention of the past. He felt some sympathy for this boy that had shared his plight. Granny Wu saw that there was an opening and hastily said, "But while this boy has had it hard, he's very clever. He's been cleaning up the house and has done a fine job of it, as you've seen. He worked in a big family before, but that family encountered disaster, resulting in his dire circumstances. You see. You wish me to bring him into the Y estate?" Steward Qin understood the old woman's intentions. "Yes." The old woman didn't hide it, bluntly asking, "Do you think you can do it?" After some thought, Steward Qin answered, "Normally, I could. But he's been here for too little time, and I don't understand him enough. Moreover, there are no vacancies in the Y estate at this time." The old woman's expression fell. Steward Qin added, "But this boy is smart and clever, I can tell. It seems like today's food was all made by him as well, yes?" "Yes." "When he learned that you were coming, little Ji busied himself the entire day." Steward Qin smiled and looked at Tangji. "I can understand wanting to get into the Y clan, but you should know that it is not easy to get in. Tell me, for what purpose do you want to get into the Y clan?" After some thought, Tangji answered, "I want to enter the Y estate to make some money to support my two elders. They saved me, so I want to return their kindness. In addition, I am envious of Brother Wuxing for being able to go with first young Master Y to Basking Moon Academy. If possible, I hope to be able to also get there through my own efforts." Steward Qin nodded. "Very good. You didn't lie." The world had never been fair. Basking Moon Academy had only 1,500 open spots every year, and countless people tried to squeeze their way in. But for ordinary families, this was harder than ascending to the heavens. For the rich and noble clans, this was an extremely simple affair. Some of the big clans could easily get a few spots, and the extra spots would be given to the servants. This was because all the major sects had a rule that students could not bring their servants to the academy. Thus, to ensure that their children were not wrongly treated, these powerful clans would think of a compromise. For example, they would send servants in as students. On the surface, they were students, but they were really servants and study partners. Of course, they were not merely there to serve. The servants obtained the opportunity to cultivate because of these clans. and they were certain to be grateful for this chance. If they achieved anything in the future, they would often choose to continue to serve the clan. The Jin clan retained 10 some cultivators, and more than half had come in this way. These people were more loyal than outside hires, and it could be said that they prospered together with the clan. As Ling province had a high economic status and paid a lot of tribute to the Basking Moon sect, it had 120 spots at Basking Moon Academy every year. Of these 120 spots, 40 were for Kanglong Prefecture. These 40 spots were normally first divided between the 5 great clans, with the remainder to be fought over by outsiders. The Y clan was allotted 1 spot a year, and it accumulated other spots through mutual trades. Through this method, it could build up a lot of spots, which it would normally use to send off 1 son of the main branch and 2 to 3 servants. Thus, becoming a servant of a great clan could be considered a chance to ascend to the heavens in a single step. This was also why Tangji had racked his mind to think of a way to get into the Y clan. The older son of the Y clan had successfully entered the academy, but it was said that he was making poor progress and had little chance of getting into the mortal shedding realm, meaning that he couldn't graduate and would remain a spirit disciple for the rest of his life. Though spirit disciples were cultivators and could use spells and arts, they still had mortal bodies, of limited lifespan and ability. The Y clan needed to ensure the longevity of the clan, so it needed a true cultivator of its own, at least of the spirit master level. Thus, it placed its hopes on the younger son. If he couldn't do it, then hopefully his study partner could, as he would be like an unofficial member of the clan. Normally, the clan would try to make marriage connections with such individuals. As a result, while the status of servants might be low, once they became a study partner, the clan would treat them rather well so as to gain their favor. The younger son, White Han Chong, was 11 this year. In a few more years, he could enter the academy. This was Tangji's chance to enter Basking Moon Academy, his only chance. But this was no secret. Many people knew about it. This was also why it was never hard for great clans to hire servants, particularly those of Tangji's age, who were anxious to enter the academy. Every year, countless people would try to bribe their connections to get into the clan, with some going to such extreme lengths as to forsake any pay, seeking only a chance. Thus, getting into the Y clan was extremely difficult. Besides a clean background, one also needed connections. And it was no secret why everyone wanted to get into the Y clan. Tangji had no need to hide it, much less the ability. As for whether or not he could stand out and get selected as an attendant once he got in, that would depend on his own ability. For Tangji, while it wasn't easy to get selected amid all the other servants, it was much easier than competing with 100,000 others. After all, he had the experience of an adult. If he couldn't beat a bunch of children, then he had no hope of cultivating to become an immortal. Hearing Tangji's answer, Steward Qin nodded in satisfaction. Since that's the case, I will take note of this matter. Currently, the Y estate does not have any open spots, so you will have to wait. When the opportunity comes, I will recommend you. Getting in will depend on your own ability. Thank you, Chief Steward Qin. Tangji excitedly prostrated on the ground. With Qin Yuan's recommendation, he had a chance. Tangji had a long road in front of him, but at the very least, he could see the gleam of daybreak on the horizon. Chapter 19, Entering the Estate. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It turned out that when Qin Yuan said wait, Tangji would end up waiting for several months. It was the 6th month when Steward Qin finally came with the good news. There was a vacancy. A few days ago, the fellow responsible for caring for the gardens of the Y clan had come down with a sudden illness and died, and this vacancy needed to be filled. When the news got out, the stewards of the Y clan all recommended candidates. Steward Qin had recommended Tangji. The next morning, Steward Qin brought Tangji to the Y estate. As one of the 5 great clans of Kanglong Prefecture, the Y clan's estate was extraordinary. The estate on its own took up more than half of Azure Cloud Street. It had more than 400 rooms and 6 gardens, and it served as the residence for nearly 300 people. The ones in the Y clan with the greatest seniority were naturally Venerable Master Y and his wife, Venerable Lady Y. This couple had produced 2 sons and 2 daughters, all of whom were already married. The eldest son, Y Danbai, was the current patriarch of the Y clan. He had one wife and two concubines. His principal wife, Y Shifeng, née Zheng, had given birth to two sons and a daughter. Her eldest son, Y Tanzai, was currently attending Basking Moon Academy. The second-born, her daughter Y Kinga, had gone to Illusory Heart Academy of the Thousand Passions sect. Her youngest son was Y Danchong. There was also one son and one daughter who were born from concubines. They had no right of inheritance and no chance at entering an academy. In some aspects, they were worse off than the servants. The names Tanzai, aspiring to heaven, and Tanchong, charging at heaven, indicated the Y clan's aspirations, ascending to the heavens. When Y Danbai had his first son, the Y clan was flourishing in Kanglong Prefecture, so he had stopped thinking about how to make money and instead thought about how to cultivate and attain the Tao. Alas, their foundations were still shallow, and the clan still could not claim to have a cultivator that was truly its own. Only spirit masters it had employed at heavy price, far inferior to the Jins, Zangs, and Gus. So long as the Y clan could produce a spirit master, its prosperity would be ensured for 100 years. If it produced a celestial heart realm expert, then the Y clan would no longer be the Kanglong Prefecture wise, but the Ling Province wise. As for the kingdom-level clans, that required many celestial heart realm experts, and the clan would need its own legacy that could be passed down. Putting aside Y Danbai, the venerable master's second son, Y Kingsong, also had a son and daughter. The elder son was called Y Ming, and the younger daughter was called Y Dai. Y Ming had entered the academy last year, but just like Y Tanzai, he had a low aptitude, having opened few gates, and cultivation was proving difficult. Y Kingsong could not afford to give as many resources to his son as Y Danbai could to his, so the venerable master had not had much hope in that line. Thus, the Y clan's hopes primarily rested on Y Tanchong. The Y clan valued men over women, and there was little drive to have its daughters cultivate. After all, there was no reason to waste precious resources on another clan's daughter-in-law. This was also why there were few women in the cultivation world. It wasn't that they lacked aptitude, but their clans were far more willing to support the boys. It was said that Y Kinga had possessed incredible talent and had been picked out by the Thousand Passions sect. Otherwise, she probably would have still been in the clan, waiting to be married off. The Y household consisted of several hundred people, and one could say that all of them were there to serve at the behest of the Y clan's members. The gardener position that Tangji was applying for managed the meditation garden, which was where the younger son, Y Tanchong, resided. It was for this reason that the competition for this position was particularly fierce. Chief Steward Qin Yuan had brought Tangji, and the second steward and third steward had brought their own candidates. Besides that, a few outer house stewards of the Y clan had recommended their own candidates. There were 18 boys in total, and at this time, they were standing in front of the lady of the Y estate, Zheng Shufeng. All of them bowed and greeted her together. At least this era was not as repulsive as the Qing dynasty, where the servants needed to call themselves slaves and needed to prostrate upon seeing any member of the household. In truth, this era was more comparable to the Earthstang dynasty. The mood was more open, and while there was still some semblance of hierarchy, at least servants were not untouchables and had their own dignity. After all, a world in which one could cultivate was one bursting with opportunity. Even the poorest person had a chance to soar into the heavens. As she was selecting a servant for her son, Lady Y was treating this occasion with great solemnity and had come to make the choice herself. She was seated in front of the hall, wearing a dress of red satin depicting butterflies among the flowers. A hairpin of green jade beads was thrust into her hair, and behind her, two maids lightly fanned her. She took a sip of tea, and then slowly said, "First, step up and state your names." The 18 boys began to say their names while the secretary on the side wrote them down. The lady then said, "If you can read, raise your hand." All 18 boys raised their hand, and the secretary thus made a check next to all their names, indicating that they had all passed this trial. In truth, for the most part, the boys of poor families in Kanglong Prefecture did not know how to read. But these people were mostly recommended by elders in the estate, and they understood the estate's standards. They would never pick anyone that could not pass the grade. Even Tangji had to go through several rounds of questioning from Qin Yuan before the steward had confirmed that he met the standards. Tangji had begun to read in Little River Village. He already had an excellent educational foundation and learned very quickly. In his time with Xianxia, whenever he was free, he would practice his calligraphy. Xianxia had fretted that if he couldn't even write well, how could he draw talismans? He had originally believed that a few of the 18 might not know how to read, but surprisingly, they all met that standard. The lady then said, "If you know arithmetic, raise your hand." This time, a few people did not raise their hands, but a majority of them still did. Lady Y said, "If you have worked in a wealthy or major clan before, raise your hand." Even fewer raised their hand this time, only Tangji and 2 other boys. Lady Y questioned the 3 of them on their experience. Tangji had already fabricated his experience back with the Wu couple, and after half a year of perfecting this lie, he had a firm grasp of the details. Once she was done, Lady Y asked, "What flowers have you planted before? Let me hear it." She got silence in answer. The Y clan cared little about ordinary flowers, so there was no point in bringing them up. As for those rare and precious flowers, impoverished boys were not worthy to touch them. They all looked at each other, and when they saw that none of them were raising their hands, they collectively sighed in relief. But after some thought, Tangji raised his hand and said, "This little one has cared for the 1000-cup flower before." The other boys instantly paled. "Oh?" Lady Y appeared interested. "Speak, tell me about this flower." Tangji composed himself and answered, "The 1000-cup flower is a needle-type flower, its roots, stem, and leaves all bearing thorns. It is an extremely drought-resistant plant, and its stem can be used in medicine. If it can be raised for 10 years, it can gain some spirituality. As it has many needle-like leaves, when the flower blooms, it appears like 1000 flowers blooming at once. Thus, it is called the 1000-cup flower." "Good, very good." Lady Y nodded in satisfaction. "Did you learn this while at the previous family you worked for?" "Yes," Tangji replied. "The 1000-cup flower does not like humid environments, so while it is not rare in houses of the north, it is seen much less often in Kanglong Prefecture." In truth, when he had bought the house, the previous owner had left this flower behind. Tangji had heard that the 1000-cup flower was beautiful when it bloomed, so he had taken care of it. Alas, after half a year, the flower had not bloomed. He had not expected to use the information he had learned back then to answer this question. The Y clan's gardens couldn't have just this one flower, but knowing one was better than knowing none. "Correct. For this reason, you must look after it with even greater care." The lady smiled and then turned to the other boys. "You are not to be blamed for having never taken care of any valuable flowers before. If the Y clan did not plant flowers different from those of ordinary households, we would be lowering our status. Thus, there is no need for any of you to worry. If you do not know, you can learn. The Y clan has people who can teach you." Everyone sighed in relief at these words. Tangji couldn't help but feel that this was unfortunate. Though he had not hoped to get selected purely because of this point, it was still a pity that this small point of advantage was not playing much of a role. The lady had a good personality, asking question after question. It appeared that she wanted to thoroughly understand these boys. In terms of performance, none of the other boys could compare to Tangji. But Tangji knew that his greatest problem was his background. Though he had the guarantees of the Wu couple, he still couldn't compare to these local boys whose backgrounds were there for everyone to see. Fortunately, he had a plan for this. Rather than worried that the lady would be too focused on this subject, he was worried that she wouldn't be focused enough. After asking a battery of questions, the lady finally asked, "If you entered the Y clan, how much pay would you find appropriate?" This was an exquisitely asked question. Fortunately, these boys were ready. A clever one stepped up and said, "Naturally, it is my lady who will decide this. Whatever the lady decides is how much I will make." "Yes, yes. To serve the Y clan is this little one's blessing. How could I state a price?" There was one boy who was so desperate to get in that he shouted, "So long as I can work for the Y clan, this little one is willing to go without pay." None of these boys was very old. but all of them seemed very mature and experienced. Tangji knew that most of them had probably been instructed by the adults of their homes to do this. As the other boys made their cases, Tangji thought it over and answered, "If my lady is willing, Tangji hopes to be paid 3 strings of cash every month." 3 strings of cash was 3,000 copper coins, the equivalent of 3 tals of silver. This also meant that Tangji was asking for a salary of 3,000 yuan a month. In the other world, this salary would have been reasonable, but for the boy servants of the Y clan, it was an astronomical sum. No one had ever dared to ask for such a high salary. All the boys stared in shock at Tangji, and Qin Yuan was also aghast. Had this boy gone mad? He was asking for 3 strings of cash from the Y estate? Even Lady Y looked at Tangji in shock. "You want 3 strings of cash?" Tangji appeared conflicted, clenching his teeth and saying, "Yes, my lady, please forgive me." While this little one is seeking work so as to climb the high branch of the Y clan, even more important is to make money for the household expenses of my adopted parents. For the Wu couple, do they lack for money? That is not the case, Tangji answered. But my adopted parents are old in years, and manual labor in their youth planted the seeds of illness. Now, on rainy days, their bones and muscles ache, and their bodies are listless. Kanglong Prefecture is a city with abundant water and a long rainy season, so this little one hopes to buy my parents some spirit medicine, but spirit medicine is extremely expensive. Tangji did not continue, but the lady already understood. "I see now." The lady nodded. "I have heard from Qin Yuan about you. It is truly a coincidence that you would freeze and collapse in front of the Wu couple's home. You treat the 2 elders very well, and the neighborhood is rather admiring of your efforts. You are a good child, one of the rare ones who knows how to return kindness with kindness." Saying this, the lady laughed. "All right. That's it for today. You are all dismissed. When the selection is made, you will be informed." The 18 boys all left. When Tangji got back to the Wu home, the couple hastily asked Tangji what had happened, and Tangji replied to all their questions. When they heard that Tangji had asked for 3 strings of cash, the 2 elders moaned. Granny Wu grumbled, "Boy, you're normally so clever. So how could you be so foolish today? Those families want to send in their kids for free, but you wanted 3 strings of cash. Really, really? You're hopeless." Tangji didn't explain, smiling as he said, "If there's no hope, there's no hope. Serving my 2 elders is fine as well." The 2 elders sighed, but there was nothing they could do. The 18 boys had gone, but Lady Y was still looking over their files. The 2 maids behind her, seeing that no one was around, had begun to converse with each other. This one said that the Li boy wasn't bad, while that one said that the Liu boy was a better fit. One remarked, "I think I saw you blush. It seems like you've taken a shine to one of them," after which the 2 started quarreling. Lady Y found this all rather amusing. Shaking her head, she lightly coughed, upon which the maids shut their mouths, but one of them failed to stifle a giggle. Lady Y asked, "What are you giggling about?" The maid replied, "My lady, I was thinking about that boy Tangji. He dared to ask for 3 strings of cash. He's got quite the mouth on him. Yes, yes. He really thinks that the Y clan is just begging to let him in." As they spoke, Steward Qin came in, and their words caused his face to redden. He bowed and said, "My lady, the boys have all been sent back." After some thought, Qin Yuan added, "My lady, please do not take what Tangji said today to heart." "Take what to heart?" The lady replied. "What are you referring to?" "This. The 3 strings of cash," Qin Yuan answered. The lady took a sip of her tea. "What? You think that my Y clan can't take out a few strings of cash to employ someone?" "Of course I don't. It's just that the boy doesn't understand." "I think that he is very understanding," the lady replied. "The Wu couple saved his life, so he decided to risk it all to try and care for them. From this, I can see that he is kind-hearted and loyal. To understand that filial piety is the foundation of all virtues at such a young age is a good thing." Lady Y sighed. "You must understand that not everyone in the world will reciprocate kindness with kindness. Are there not many people in this world who forget favors and violate justice? Thus, when selecting servants, one must look to loyalty first and foremost. While it is good to be smart and clever, a sincere nature is even more important. Qin Yuan was delighted, knowing that there was a chance. But one of the maids argued, "But that boy's background is ultimately rather shallow. You can know a person and know his face, but you can't know his heart." Qin Yuan was mentally infuriated, but he did not dare to talk back. However, the lady scoffed and said, "Did you get something from the Li family to speak on their behalf? What does it matter if he has only lived here for a short time? And it's not like everyone needs a clean background. Brothers by blood can turn against each other, and the kindness of a single meal can result in a fountain of gratitude." Did I not overrule all other objectors to make Qin Yuan the chief steward precisely because he knew to repay kindness with kindness? Because he was a reliable person? While this Tangji's background is somewhat unclear, he has a sincere nature and a good temperament. In my view, he's even more reliable than those with their roots here. Then don't we have to pay him 3 strings of cash a month? The other maid grumbled. The lady rolled her eyes and jabbed the maid's forehead with a sharp fingernail. "Look at how petty you are. What's a few strings of cash? The master can pay out 1,000,000 taels of silver to get a spirit master for the Y clan. You truly lack experience. Besides, that Wuxing is studying with Danzai. If he finds out that we chose the boy from his family over all the other boys, he will think that we are taking care of his family ahead of time, right? So, it's decided then. I choose Tangji. My lady is wise." Steward Qin bowed until his head touched the floor. Chapter 20, Young Master Y. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. On the same night, Steward Qin came with the good news, and the elders were so delighted that Tangji had been selected that they went the entire night without sleep. The next morning, someone from the Y estate came to lead Tangji to the estate. Tangji did not get another meeting with the lady. Rather, an old man with the surname Nu led Tangji into the estate. Passing through peaceful ponds and pavilions, walking along shady little avenues, winding around magnificent fake mountains, and stepping across bridges of sandalwood, the two of them arrived at the meditation garden. As he looked at that bright red and willowy green flower bed, Tangji knew that this would be where he worked. Elder Nu began to instruct Tangji in how to care for these flowers and how to prune them. Tangji had brought a small notebook, and wrote down the pointers as he listened, a sight which the old man was rather satisfied to see. Those boys who came to work as servants in the Y clan were generally after the opportunity to become servant students. Thus, they often had little interest in the proper path, and their attention was not on how to do their job properly. Seeing Tangji so focused, at least able to differentiate between his actual duties and extraneous pursuits, the elder had a good impression of Tangji. Once he was done explaining the basic care instructions, Elder Nu said, "Raising flowers isn't actually that difficult. You just need to follow the rules. The key here is your diligence. You're new here, so if there's something you don't understand, just ask me. I live in that little house on the side, over there. But if you keep asking me questions every day after a month, I won't be bothered to answer." "Yes, this little one understands," Tangji respectfully replied. The old man nodded in satisfaction and then began to tell Tangji about the situation in the meditation garden. Since he was going to work, he had to at least know the people that lived here. There weren't actually many people living in the meditation garden. Other than the younger son, Y Tanchong, there were 6 boy servants, 2 guards, and 1 old nurse. The guards were adult martial artists who normally didn't appear in the meditation garden, so there was no need to worry about them, and there was certainly no need to worry about the nurse. Of the 6 boy servants, the one with the highest status was Wen King. He was the head of the servants of the meditation garden and was responsible for the young master's daily schedule, personnel, and finances. He was the oldest, 16 this year, and so he had no hope of being a servant student. Thus, this actually made him the least threatening. After him were Shimo, ink attendant, and Shi Meng, dream attendant. The lady had personally given them these names. Those who had been given names were normally those who had been sold into servitude. People like Tangji were classified as laborers and weren't considered to have sold themselves into servitude, so there was no need for them to be granted names. The greatest advantage of being sold into servitude overnight was that being sold meant that one could directly become a close servant, and this was exactly how Shimo and Shimeng had attained their current status. Shimo was the reading partner, responsible for accompanying the young master in his studies and preparing his ink and brushes. Shimeng primarily cleaned the young master's room, tidied his bed, and served him tea and water. These two were the closest of the young master's servants and could be considered the strongest competitors for the status of servant-student. In truth, regardless of the clan, most servant students came from these two positions. Wu Qin had been Wei Tanzai's reading partner, but he had replaced the original reading partner, so he had not been given a name. Besides these two, there were 3 other boy servants responsible for miscellaneous tasks and running errands. Adding on the flower boy Tangji, there were 7 boy servants in all. As for food and clothes, these were taken care of by servants of the main house. There was no need for the boy servants to worry themselves over such things. Thus, these boy servants actually had a rather easy time of it. They just needed to stick around the young master and do whatever he ordered. But in reality, none of the boy servants except Shimo and Shimeng were permitted to get close to the young master. The young master was on the verge of going to school, and his mindset would play a large part in determining who his future servant students would be. Thus, Shimo and Shimeng kept a close eye on him, barely giving the other boy servants a chance. Even when they did get a chance to interact with the young master, that pair would closely cling to him. The 12 or 13-year-old children of other families might have still been in their naughty and mischievous phases, but the boy servants of the big clans had already begun to fight for their futures. As they were speaking, a group of soldiers rushed out from the other side. Their leader was a slightly chubby little boy wearing a fiery general's suit of armor, holding a bamboo lash in his hand and mounted on another boy. Behind him were 4 boy servants, all of them dressed like soldiers and holding sharp wooden stakes, hollering as they ran out. Tangji was startled by this display, while Elder Nu bowed and said, "Young master." Tangji realized that this was his master, and immediately dropped his head and offered greetings. He peeked at the young master's armor and inwardly grumbled, how could he be wearing such a heavy suit of armor? There was a gust of wind, and the armor fluttered a little. It seemed to be made of paper, and Tangji mentally chuckled. The little fatty went up to the 2, dismounted from the neck of that boy servant, and grunted. The group came to a halt, and the little fatty said to Elder Nu, "Old Nu, why did you come?" The old man smiled. "There's a new gardener in the estate. The lady instructed me to show him around." A narrow-eyed boy standing on the side whispered a few words into the little fatty's ears, upon which the little fatty glanced at Tangji. "You're the gardener boy that my family is paying 3 strings of cash for?" Tangji lowered his head. "Yes, young master." Tangji greets the young master. The little fatty grunted. "You don't look like much." The other boy servants giggled. Boys didn't know how to hide their emotions, and it was clear that they were delighting in his plight. These servants were already hostile to each other as they vied for the spot of servant student, and now, there was a newcomer that was being paid 3 strings of cash per month, much more than they were getting. They immediately developed a dislike for this individual, so they mocked him as soon as they could. Tangji was unashamed, lightly saying, "This little one knows that he is not any much, but as I have received the lady's favor, I will do my utmost to carry out my duty." His words instantly caused the laughter to stop. He had been selected by the lady, so if they kept laughing, they would be laughing at the lady for not being able to see properly. The boy servants might have still had some things they didn't understand, but this was definitely not one of them. Even the young master did not dare to say that his mother was incorrect. After taking one last look at Tangji, he grunted, "Let's go." He remounted his warhorse and left. Tangji was still rather surprised as he watched the group leave. He asked Elder Nu, "Why is the young master dressed like that?" Elder Nu sighed. "The young master doesn't have much interest in cultivation. All he wants to do is mount a horse and be a general, saying that he doesn't want to cultivate. Every day, when he has nothing else to do, he likes to play fight, and the master and lady are both very concerned." Tangji smiled. "I see now. But it's hard to blame him for that. Cultivation emphasizes pursuit of the heavenly Tao, a free and unfettered life above physical objects. It cannot compare to the luxuries of the secular world. But human life is short, 100 years going by in the blink of an eye. But the pursuit of immortality requires asceticism. And how is that different from being a grass or stone? It would be much better to have an exciting life. Elder Nu looked in shock at Tangji, not having expected him to say such things. Tangji chuckled. I'm just speaking from his perspective. For a child, old age and death are distant affairs, and a rich life full of excitement is far more important. He wants to be a general not because of the position, but because of the power and majesty. In truth, the cultivation world also has many exciting things, but he's probably been scared off by the bitter cultivation the spirit masters of the clan undergo every day. This disgust and the pressure of the clan might have pushed him in the opposite direction, which isn't strange. But if he actually understood the advantages of cultivation, his mind might change. Elder Nu had never heard something like this. In shock, he said, but you're also a child who has experienced death. Tangji lightly replied. Maturity has to do with age, but even more with experience. He was referring to Little River Village and Xumuiyang's death, but the old man thought that he was talking about how he had almost frozen to death in front of the Wu family's gate. Letting out an emotional sigh, he said no more. From this day onward, Tangji officially began to work in the Y clan. Being a gardener boy in the Y clan was a rather easy job. Every day, he just needed to water the plants, get rid of the bugs, and prune the leaves. The youngest son of the Y clan was a boy and had no interest in flowers. Normally, he would just come over and take a look, unable to tell if Tangji was doing a good job. Moreover, Shimo and Shimen kept a tight leash on him, and other than the first day, he didn't even call out to Tangji once. Tangji was happy to have this free time. Once he was done with his job, he would go to the room the Y estate had assigned to him to research Xumuiyang's Dao formations. This was the primary focus of his efforts as of late. This wasn't because he had changed his mind and decided to pursue Xumuiyang. It was just that he had yet to officially begin to cultivate, and the Visceral Manifestation Classic did not permit unrestricted cultivation. He had no other place to focus his free time. Considering that he would need to open the 9 executions immortal formation in the future, he would have to learn the Dao of formations anyway. And once he got into the academy, he wouldn't have the time to study this. Thus, he needed to make good use of this time. As for the matter of young Master Y, he was in no rush. There was still 3 years until he would enter the academy. Time enough. Besides, trying to get closer to the young master without understanding his situation was not necessarily a good thing. It would be better to first observe from the sides and understand the young master's preferences, like his favorite foods, his favorite clothes, and his current mood. Once he understood the young master, he could minimize his mistakes once he started to get close to him. Succeeding in a single try would always be more effective than failing 10 times in a row. In his view, the young master didn't have a bad personality, and the lady taught him rather severely. With all those boy servants flattering him every day, it was inevitable that he became a little proud, but his nature was still rather good. Otherwise, in his conversation with Tangji on the first day, a brutal and cruel young master might have given him a good lashing if he had been feeling displeased. Perhaps because they regarded Tangji as obedient and knowing his place, the other boy servants didn't try to cause any trouble for Tangji. But Elder Nu had relayed Tangji's words to Lady Y. Lady Y was a wise woman, and she comprehended these words. A few days later, she invited a peak spirit master who had wandered about for many years and the garrison general of Kanglong Prefecture as guests to the house. At the banquet, the garrison general was extremely respectful to the spirit master, addressing him as Immortal Elder. That Immortal Elder, having received the gifts of the Y clan, began to relate his many years of experience. When he got to the exciting points, the young master became overjoyed and wanted nothing more than to become an immortal and wander the world. And the garrison general, having also received his order, began to bitterly complain about the hardships of being a soldier, expressing envy over the freedom that cultivators enjoyed. The Y clan's spirit masters were all people who had barely entered the mortal shedding realm and achieved nothing after that. belonging to the class of people in the cultivation world with the least potential. Those with any actual potential would never deign to be hired by a small clan like the Y clan. This time, though, the Y clan had invited a true member of the cultivation world, and the young master had his mind opened. Seeing how humble that general had been, he gradually came to understand that generals had an extremely low status in this world, and so he gradually dispelled any idea of being a general from his mind. While he would still play around every day, he stopped playing war games. On occasion, he would put on a Taoist robe and pretend to use spells. He would point his wooden sword, and a boy servant would vomit blood and fall to the ground, dead. The young master would heartily laugh, believing himself to already be an immortal who had attained the Tao. This matter increased Lady Y's good impression of Tangji. She found this child to be mature and understanding, so she began to have thoughts about moving Tangji to the young master's side to supervise his studies. But considering that Tangji had only been around for a short while, she decided to wait and see. However, casual comments were passed on by the maid Xianxia to Shimo, that narrow-eyed boy from the other day. On this day, Tangji was diligently pruning the garden. His work was done, and the garden was neat and orderly. His skills had greatly improved, and he couldn't help but be a little proud. But when he thought about how young Master Y had no eye for such things and that he was essentially casting pearls before swine, he couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. At this moment, young Master Y charged out, clothed in a Taoist robe and holding a wooden sword in hand. He pointed at Tangji and shouted, "Witness my supreme immortal arts." Fall! Tangji was taken aback, and before he could react, he heard an angry roar of, "Why haven't you fallen yet?" Shimo lunged forward, grabbing him and bringing him down into the flower bed, where they rolled around, crushing the flowers and sending petals drifting into the air. Chapter 21, Landscaping Art. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Ha 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 ha. Brazen and fearless laughter rang out. Tangji slowly stood up and saw that the lunge and the roll had left the flower bed in a disastrous state. On the side, Shimo arrogantly said, "In the future, remember that when the young master casts a spell, you do as he says. Don't make me remind you again." He walked out of the garden, making sure to stomp on the meticulously trimmed flowers, ensuring that the petals and stems were crushed to the ground. The other boy servant, Shi Meng, also shouted, "Hurry and clean up the flower beds. You want to ruin the young master's good mood with your laziness. Useless thing." Young Master White Tanchong didn't seem to care. As he looked around at the scattered flowers, his eyes flashed. These flowers flying about actually look very pretty. If that is what young master wishes to see, we can make all the flowers fly, Shimo quickly said. The young master was immediately tempted, but fortunately, a voice called out, "What are you messing around for?" "Shimo, don't give the young master any bad ideas. If the lady finds out, she'll have your hide." A somewhat older youth approached. This was the head of the boy servants, Wen King. He was clearly infuriated over the state of the flower bed. Unafraid of Wen King, Shimo snorted and ignored him. But when the young master heard the lady being mentioned, the thought of his mother's lash stirred the fear in his heart, and he banished the idea. He shouted, "Come on, let's go." The group walked away. Wen King was inwardly furious that Shimo had ignored him, knowing that he had a chance of entering the academy in the future and didn't need to worry about such a figure. But there was nothing he could do about his rage. Looking at Tangji still standing in the flower bed, he rudely asked, "Hurry and clean up. What are you standing around for?" Tangji smiled. "I have to go to the storeroom and report first, or else it will become my mistake." Wen King was shocked to see him smiling. "Your hard work was ruined by someone else and you're still smiling?" Tangji indifferently replied, "What was ruined were the flowers of the Y clan, not my work. If the young master isn't worried about it, why should I be?" Wen King saw this and was dissatisfied. "Don't you know that they're intentionally targeting you? I heard that the lady was very satisfied with your performance and was planning to transfer you over to the young master's side." "It was Xianxia who told me this." Tangji simply glanced at him and did not reply, continuing with his business. When King saw that he was being ignored and angrily said, "You don't believe me?" "I do, but what of it?" "You have to strike first." Tangji gave Wen King a strange look. He knew that Wen King wanted to borrow his hand to take revenge on Shimo and Shimeng for their disrespect, but in his eyes, these methods were just as lowly as Shimo's. When striking out, one had to be sure of their target and purpose. If he had been in Shimo's shoes, he would have never openly destroyed the fruits of his labors. Rather, he would have secretly worked to undermine him, doing things like watering flowers that shouldn't have been watered or coming in the middle of the night to destroy the garden he was in charge of, after which he would be charged with incompetence and driven out of the estate by the lady. The flowers had been crushed, and while that was refreshing for Shimo, this was not an error that Tangji had committed, only a willful act from the young master. They had destroyed Tangji's work, but they had done no damage to Tangji himself. Wen King's incitement and Shimo's provocation were both actions of this nature. They did not achieve the ultimate objective of suppression. While these boy servants knew how to suppress their foes, when it came to methods, they still relied on venting their anger, amusing themselves by taking revenge rather than specifically working toward their goals. Tangji could only sneer, feeling that dealing with these naughty children was truly lowering himself. Alas, he needed to stand out, so he needed to crush all opposition, both weak and strong. But it was up to him how they were crushed. He would not fall for Wen King's incitement like a fool and serve as his tool. Hearing Wen King's words, Tangji answered, "I'm not interested." "You." Wen King inwardly fumed, pointing at him and cursing, "Truly a spineless coward." "If I'm a spineless coward, I guess I am." "Servants." "If servants aren't the ones who are wronged, who will be?" Tangji answered. Working in the bureaucracy for so many years, Tangji had long ago understood the principle that one could not obsess too much over everything. No matter how many reasons he had or how justified he was, if he fought with everyone over everything, the only impression he would leave in others was of someone who liked to make trouble. This was certainly not a good impression to leave. As for being bullied by Shimo once, let him keep bullying. Was there anyone in life who would not suffer injustice in some way? Those who could not suffer injustice were those who had little patience and couldn't carry much weight. As for secretly killing Shimo, Tangji didn't even consider it. The Wei estate wasn't the battlefield, and it could not tolerate such decisive lethality. Nor was the Rosa Cloud domain some primordial forest where the strong brazenly ate the weak. And Tangji certainly was not some son of heaven who could have an entire family slaughtered on the slightest provocation. Thus, Tangji had no plans to take revenge on this matter. It was meaningless and unnecessary. Wen King saw that he couldn't convince Tangji. "Remain lowly if you want," he said with a huff, and then he stomped away. Tangji could only shake his head and smile. But Wen King's words had put Tangji on alert. He now knew that there were many complicated relationships between the servants, and they all helped each other. Today, Xianxia had only secretly relayed the lady's words, but next time, they could get even more inspired and attempt to frame him or something of the sort, and that would truly be a problem. Although the lady was a wise person, believing only in another person's wisdom was not a reliable strategy. Fine. It seemed that he would first have to develop good relationships with the other servants, and some money would probably be enough to smooth things over. In addition, since Shimo had caused him a problem today, he would probably try it again. If this continued, the flower bed would be in tatters, and even if he wasn't in the wrong, the lady would take him to be incompetent. This thought made Tangji realize that he first needed a way to stop the flower bed from continuing to be destroyed. But what was the best way to do it? This matter depended on the young master. He would have to be reluctant to do the deed. Alas, the young master had no appreciation for. Hold on. Tangji suddenly recalled the look on Wei Tanchong's face when he saw the flowers scattered about. That's right. Who said men had no appreciation for beauty? In truth, it was simply that one didn't care too much about something that was always around them. Wei Tanchong was still a child, and he naturally found the things in his surrounding environment to be of little interest. It was the fresh and interesting that he found far more compelling. Tangji knew what he should do. That night, Tangji decided to not return to his little hut to research the Dao formations, and spent the entire night working away in the flower bed. Those boy servants thought that he was still cleaning up the flower bed, and chuckled to themselves. Shimo and Shimeng decided that they would teach him another lesson tomorrow so that this bastard would realize how futile it was to try to steal their positions. The next morning, when White Anchong got up, Shimo and Shimeng once more brought the young master to the garden. Just when they were about to replay the scenario from yesterday, everyone was dumbfounded. The flowers of the flower bed were in a completely different arrangement. In the center of the flower bed was a big, smiling face. The eyes were made from black chestnut flowers and white chrysanthemums, the lips from red blood cherry blossoms, and large leaves and string bamboo made up the face. Pink hydroniums made up the ears, blue irises formed the nose, and purple mountain azaleas formed the hair. It was a lifelike smiling face that looked rather similar to the young master. This is... The boy servants were gobsmacked. Only the young master seemed very curious. This is fun. This is me? On the side, Tanji respectfully replied, yes. This little one worked through the night to repair the damage to the flower bed. As I was working, I inadvertently noticed that the damaged arrangement looked somewhat like the young master's face. I suddenly realized that it was certain to be amusing if these flowers were arranged to look like the young master's face. So I boldly made an attempt. Does young master like it? Similar, my ass. Shimo and the others mentally roared. How could an arrangement look like someone if you just strolled around in it? But the young master shouted, like it. I like it. It's not bad at all. He had said that it wasn't bad and the flower bed was even arranged to look like him. So even if Shimo and the others had been given 100 times the courage, they would not dare to ruin it now. They could only glare helplessly at Tanji. The young master asked, what else can you arrange the flowers into? These words caused all the servant boys to mentally curse in dismay. Sure enough, Tanji answered, Tanji can make whatever the young master asks for. Arranging flowers into various forms, merging together gardening and art, was a common occurrence back on Earth. Even some auntie in the supermarket could arrange cans or something else into various forms. But in this world, it was a breakthrough, and it wasn't strange that White Anchong was interested in such things. Though Tanji didn't know landscaping art, he had seen it before, and through his research into the Tao of formations, he had developed some understanding of design. While a professional landscaper might treat Tanji's work with disdain, the young master wasn't a professional critic. An amateur landscaper was capable of producing a few sighs of praise from an amateur sightseer. The young master excitedly asked, then could you arrange the flowers to look like my mum? Tanji was scared out of his wits. This kid, does he have no limits? He can even have his mother's image modeled. The young master was young and a boy, so there was nothing wrong with arranging the flowers into his likeness. But the lady was the manager of the house, and the servants would have to pass by this arrangement every day and see it. This was no different from seeking death. Fortunately, White Anchong knew that this wasn't right, so he promptly changed his mind. No, not her. What else can you do? Tanji answered, this is only a flat image. If I had enough materials, this little one could arrange the plants into actual models, like birds, animals, fish, or even little people. If the young master likes it, I can even make a flower statue of the young master, and a flower Shimo and Shimeng to attend you. Shimo and Shimeng mentally cursed, who asked to be included. Chapter 22, Learning from Nature. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The young master was delighted. Interesting. Why don't you do it and let me have a look? Then, I need materials to do it, Tanji replied. That's no problem. If you need anything, talk with Wenking. Tell him that I wanted it. How much time do you need? 10 days to half a month. That's too slow. If I had someone to help me, the work would go faster. All right, I'll have a few of them help you. They'll listen to your orders. The young master waved his hand, handing over all his boy servants for Tanji to use. Shimo and Shimen glanced at each other. How had they become Tanji's subordinates in the blink of an eye? Tanji smirked as he bowed and answered, yes, young master. From that point, the boy servants of the meditation garden began to work for Tanji. Shimo and Shimeng had originally worried that Tanji would use this opportunity to deal with them, but Tanji did not. Rather, He used this opportunity to get closer to everyone. Firming up one's own foundation would always be more important than striking out at one's opponents. Forgiving one's opponents would more easily win respect than beating them down. Tangji was well aware of this. Sure enough, this way of doing things won everyone's favor, and even the elders of the estate felt that Tangji was a decent boy. They knew very well that Shimo and his lot were hostile to Tangji, and they admired Tangji for not taking revenge. The young master no longer had the boy servants to mess around with, so whenever he was free he would come by to see how Tangji was doing, occasionally helping a little himself. Of course, it actually would have been better if he hadn't helped, and he only added to their work, but nobody dared to question him. As for him, the more he played, the happier he became. For a time, the garden became the most active place of the meditation garden, and it wasn't long before the flower statues began to rise. Tangji depicted all sorts of things, humans, toys, pavilions. He made this little flower garden into a world of its own, brimming with fun and interesting things. Of course, Tangji considered what everyone could accept and didn't make anything too unreasonable. He mostly stuck to common objects. Even so, once the work was done, the Y estate was given quite the shock. Even the venerable master, the venerable lady, the master, and the lady all came to take a look. This was the first time Tangji was seeing the venerable master and his wife. Patriarch Danbai was a middle-aged man with a very dignified appearance, exuding power even when silent. This man placed a heavy emphasis on the rules, so he didn't much like this play from Tangji. But the venerable master was rather amused, believing that while this was somewhat playing to the crowd, it was also very clever. The old man had spent too long in this estate and had grown bored with it. Now that he had something so fresh and new, he naturally had to praise Tangji a little. Since both the venerable master and his wife liked it, why Danbai couldn't say that he did not. For this effort, Lady Xianxia gave Tangji 5 pills of silver. Tangji took the 5 pills of silver home and bought a large amount of medicine for the Wu couple so that they could stay healthy. When the lady learned of this, she became even more satisfied with Tangji. Besides that, young Master White Chong also became more familiar with Tangji and no longer ignored his presence. In the eyes of Shimo's group, this was an awful development. Even the other servants of the Y clan began to look at Tangji differently. "You're giving this to me?" Xianxia asked in delight as she held the cosmetic powder in her hands. Tangji grinned. "Yes, I was passing by the treasure house store and saw that some new products had come in from NC. I remembered that today was elder sister Yanzai's birthday. Since sister is called Yanzai, Rouge, I thought that this cosmetic powder would be perfect for you. It just so happened that the lady rewarded me with a few pills of silver, and I still had some left after buying the medicine for my elders. So I bought it as a birthday present. Sister, please accept this." In truth, she wasn't actually older than Tangji, but due to their status, the servants of the Y estate normally addressed the maids of the lady as elder sister. Yanzai rolled her eyes at him and then smiled. "You're quite considerate, though I'm sure that it was intentional rather than a coincidence." Tangji smiled and said nothing. Of the 6 major sects of the Rosa Cloud domain, the Thousand Passions sect and Horizon Ocean Pavilion had the most women. For this reason, the NC Kingdom was renowned for its cosmetic powder. A small box of cosmetic powder, even of the most ordinary brand, would cost 700 to 800 strings of cash. Yanzai would never believe that Tangji had gotten this idea on the spur of the moment, but this only increased her good impression of Tangji. Putting away the powder, Yanzai looked at Tangji and said, "You seem to be a tactful person. Not bad. You've done well." With these words, she turned and left. She didn't give Tangji any promise, but Tangji knew that this gift meant that Yanzai would no longer bring him any trouble. Of course, Yanzai had needed a gift, but he also needed to improve his relationship with the other servants. Fortunately, he was on orders from the young master to arrange the flowers into various figures. Although the ones he had done earlier were good, children craved new things, so it wouldn't be long before he would have to change things up. In order to constantly change up flowers, he needed many resources, needed metal wire and other such things, and Tangji now wielded some authority so that he could acquire these resources. However, Now that Wei Tanchong's interest had cooled, he no longer cared about the process, only the result. Thus, he took back his boy servants. Free of supervision, Tangji could now embezzle some of the items. He even had some purchasing power, and some merchants would give him some extras to get in his good graces so that they could do business with the Wei estate. Thus, Tangji was already making some great income. It wasn't a lot, but it was enough to buy out those servants and get closer to them. As for embezzlement, if he didn't embezzle, how could he be a proper servant? All those officials helping for promotion and those people lined up in front of the room to take the civil examination, were they all doing it for the sake of the people? After saying goodbye to Xianxia, Tangji returned to the flower bed to continue his work. Though the landscaping art had drawn the young master's attention, it had also increased his workload and left him without time to study the Tao of formations. If Tangji couldn't complete his study of formations before entering school, he wouldn't have much time to do so in the future. This was a source of some frustration to him. Today, as he was looking at the flowers and grass, he had a sudden thought. Why not use the flower garden to research formations? In this period of time, to avoid being discovered, he had only done theoretical study. He knew the contents of the book Xianxia had given to him by heart, and it could be said that all he lacked was a chance to put theory into practice. Xianxia's Tao of formations emphasized learning from nature, and this was the perfect environment. Of course, this was the Wei clan, so he couldn't lay down any kind of lethal formations. Illusion and maze formations, however, were fine if necessary. He could even make a maze for the young master to play in. He just needed to be careful and ensure that no one found out. The Wei estate had spirit masters, and Tangji knew that he would have to work hard to hide any formation from them. Different users had different requirements. Formations were mostly used for defense. Major sects used them as barriers, comparable to the walls used in ancient times back on Earth. But some formations required the enemy to be lured inside, so they needed to be perfectly concealed. Xianxia's concept of learning from nature perfectly met this requirement for concealment. Thus, he had been extremely skilled in concealing his formations, which had played a major role in his ability to lay down the 8 Gates Heaven Seal formation while being pursued by Hichong and keep it hidden until it was activated. As that was the case, he needed to study his concealment techniques well. In Xianxia's treatise, he had a section specifically focused on how to hide a formation. To conceal a formation's existence, one needed to naturally merge the formation with the surrounding environment, requiring every blade of grass to be a natural part of the formation. All things had spiritual energy running through them, and different combinations would result in different functions. There were natural forbidden grounds in the world, and this was frequently because the surrounding environment inadvertently created a spiritual energy circuit, thus creating a natural formation. What Tangji needed was to understand the attributes of the spiritual energies in the flowers and grass, how the spiritual energy flowed, and then to determine how to arrange them so that they naturally merged together. But turning a formation into a design that actually worked was easier said than done. Even Xianxia's book had not contained any such records. After all, he had never needed to apply his skills to gardening. Thus, Tangji had to research this himself. More than half a year went by as he continued his research. He had focused on merging landscaping art with formations, but he had not made much progress. The servants had received gifts from him and no longer caused him any trouble. As for Shimo and Shimeng, they still felt unhappy over being forced to work with him that one time. Though they had yet to take their revenge, they still wanted to teach him a lesson. It was just that they didn't know how. Besides that, the young master had recently been treating Tangji rather favorably, so they were wary about acting. As a result, this period of time had been very calm and peaceful. Today, Tangji was still busying himself in the flower bed, creating a garden maze. A plant maze was one of the most difficult formations to detect. Even if those in the maze got lost, they would believe that it was the work of the maze, not a formation. But bringing the two together was not easy. Natural mazes relied on complex and intersecting paths to confuse, but formations relied on the circulation of spiritual energy to achieve their effect. While they both had the same effect, the underlying principles were completely different. If one were to look at the composition of the formation from the outside, one would find that it had nothing at all to do with the maze. Tangji had racked his brains but had still not been able to solve the problem. Today, he was continuing his research. Suddenly, he heard a girl ask, "Hey, what's this?" He turned and saw a graceful little girl wearing a moon-white flowery jacket and gold-threaded shoes walk over, a jade hairpin in her hair. She was very pretty, and moved with elegance and grace. Behind her were two attending maids. The moment Tangji saw the girl, he hastily bowed. Fourth young lady. This fourth young lady was Wei Qingsong's daughter, Wei Dai. She was Wei Danchong's older cousin, a few days older than him. Among the 7 children of Wei Danbai and Wei Qingsong, she was fourth in age, so she was called the fourth young lady. Tangji had met her twice before, but it was always from a distance, and they never had any chance to talk. Now that she was walking over, Tangji naturally needed to bow. Wei Dai looked at the garden and said, "So you're Tangji? I've heard your name quite a lot recently. I saw your work a few days ago, and I have to say that you did a good job. But what are you working on today?" "I really can't tell," Tangji hurriedly answered. "It's a maze." "A maze?" A tinge of helplessness appeared in Wei Dai's eyes. "Isn't the Wei clan itself a maze? Why waste the effort in making another one?" There was a sense of boundless resentment in her voice. The two maids lightly coughed, but Wei Dai appeared not to notice. This girl, who was about Tangji's age, seemed to have many worries. Tangji pretended not to hear, saying with a smile, "The Wei estate is a major undertaking, so it would be no exaggeration to call it a maze. But my maze is different. Meant to show the grandeur in the small. If fourth young lady is interested, you can try it out." "Forget it." Wei Dai shook her head. "There are so many intersecting paths inside, I'm already dizzy from looking at it from the outside. If I really went in, I don't know what would happen, nor do I have the energy to waste on it. I hope that my little brother will like it." She looked at Tangji. "You're putting in so much effort, so I presume that you have your sights set on Basking Moon Academy?" Tangji bowed. "If it is possible to go, that would naturally be for the best." He did not conceal his desires. A hint of unwillingness appeared in Wei Dai's eyes as she resentfully said, "Why? Why is it that even you servants can seek the immortal path while we women don't even get that chance?" "Fourth young lady, I don't even match up to a maid." She stomped her feet and stormed off. As Tangji watched her leave, he mentally shook his head. So that's what it was about. Chapter 23, Stabbing a Horse. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The young lady had even less of a chance than a servant. It was hard to blame her for being indignant. But Tangji felt that this was fine for her. Having been in the Wei estate for some time now, Tangji had begun to understand what was going on within its walls. Though the Wei estate seemed very grand and imposing, all sorts of dirty things were going on in the shadows. If the fourth young lady did not wish to lie in these muddy waters, it was best if she kept her distance. Perhaps Venerable Master Wei thought the same. Suddenly, Tangji muttered in shock, "Grand on the outside, dirty in the shadows." He recalled Wei Dai's words, "There are so many intersecting paths inside, I'm already dizzy from looking at it from the outside. Damn it, why didn't I think about this before? I'm really an idiot." Tangji slapped his head and silently cursed himself. He suddenly realized that he had no need to merge together a natural maze and a formation. Mixing a natural maze with a formation was like trying to mix a Chinese ink wash painting with an oil painting. No matter how hard one tried, the result would always be a hodgepodge. But what if he flipped things around and laid down a formation inside the maze? Since they couldn't be merged, he would just put them together. The outside would be the natural maze, while the inside would be the maze formation. The outside was used to fool outsiders, to obscure the actual formation. The two would coexist in an innately flawless combination. What need was there to merge them together? This was like hiding an oil painting in some part of a large ink wash painting. If one didn't pay attention, it would be difficult to see it. And if the ink wash painting used thick and heavy strokes, the oil painting would be even more concealed. Concealment. Concealment was the key, not actually merging them together. At times, rather than considering whether something was complicated enough, one had to consider whether it was simple enough. Tangji was enlightened, and he mentally cursed at himself for all the wasted time. He modified the garden again, this time not seeking fusion, instead using the natural maze to conceal the formation within. This formation wasn't large, and affected only a limited area. Without using a spirit detecting art to observe the area, even a spirit master might not notice the formation. 2 days later, Tangji finished his work and brought the young master over to take a look. Wai Tanchong walked the maze until he got dizzy, but he still wasn't able to get out. He found it very interesting and called it fun again and again. It seemed like he had never noticed the formation inside. This was Tangji's first time using a formation to imprison someone, so he was privately delighted. He felt that the Tao of formations was truly rather interesting, and even began to like it a little. He could help but think about Xumuiyang's words, and sulked. Did I really like the Tao of formations and just didn't know it this whole time? In the following days, Tangji constantly adjusted the formation, producing all kinds of mazes that left Wai Tanchong endlessly amused. Of course, to satisfy the young master's mood, Tangji would occasionally secretly let him out of the maze. Wai Tanchong had no idea that Tangji was throwing the game, believing that he was awesome and excitedly shouting in glee. He had no idea that his mood was entirely under Tangji's control. He would be happy whenever Tangji wanted him to be happy and dejected whenever Tangji wanted him to be dejected. When another person's mood was under the control of another, it often meant that this person was essentially being controlled. The young master began to like Tangji more and more, growing closer and closer to him, and this made Tangji seem more and more unpleasant in the eyes of Shimo and Shimeng. The hostility that had vanished some time ago gradually began to return. Today, Wai Tanchong was bored, and he suddenly had the idea of going to Welcoming Dragon Mountain to enjoy some barbecue. Tangji had taught him the term barbecue. Sometimes, when Wai Tanchong and Tangji talked, Tangji would tell him stories and amusing anecdotes. Tangji had once told him about how the youth of the modern era often went out to go barbecuing. At the start, Wai Tanchong had expressed little interest in going out into the wilderness with a stove to roast meat skewers, but for some reason, he now wanted to try. He decided to bring Tangji with him. Welcoming Dragon Mountain was a famous mountain in Kanglong Prefecture. It appeared to extend into the distance and was so high that it pierced the heavens. The legends said that a true dragon had descended on the summit of this mountain, so it was called Welcoming Dragon Mountain. It was here that Kanglong Prefecture, as your Dragon Prefecture, got its name. Welcoming Dragon Mountain had steep sides, and the mountain paths were difficult to traverse. The boys from the Y clan didn't head to the summit, instead stopping at a small lake in the foothills. They set up the barbecuing rack by the lake and began to roast meat. This was Wai Tanchong's first time roasting meat for himself, and though he didn't find anything special about it at first, as he watched the meat turning on the rack, oil dripping down from it and fragrance filling his nose, he started to get hungry and began to barbecue the meat himself. He ended up having fun, finding the process to be rather amusing. The boys drank and ate to their heart's content by the lake, but Tangji was forced to stand on the side and attend them. Fortunately, they had chosen a good location. The serene lake, the boundless mountain, the little pavilion by an ancient road. This was truly an excellent scenic spot. To sit by a stone next to the lake and take in the scene was also a kind of happiness. Alas, only Tangji, who had lived the life of a man in a big modern city, could understand the beauty of nature. Wai Tanchong and his fellow boys felt nothing. They had not come here to appreciate the scenery. In truth, they had come here to secretly have some alcohol. For this, Wai Tanchong had stolen a jar of good wine from the kitchen. Lady Wai was a strict disciplinarian, and children were not permitted to drink alcohol until they came of age. Wai Tanchong had no interest in drinking wine, but he was a child. He had to try anything at least once. He took a drink and felt the wine burn in his throat. He didn't find it tasty at all, but when he saw all the other boys looking at him, he felt too embarrassed to say that he couldn't drink. Thus, in imitation of martial arts warriors, he drank down all his wine and shouted, "Good wine, drink." Thus, the boys began to guzzle down the wine. There was alcohol here that was drinkable and alcohol that was not, but no attention was paid to this distinction, and they had a few drinks from all of them. Alas, a few drinks was a lie. These boys took themselves to be heroes and knew no restraint. It wasn't long before they were swaying back and forth. Gradually, the sky began to darken. Seeing that night was coming, Tangji proposed that they return to the estate. Wai Tanchong was having the time of his life and had no intention of returning. He said that he wanted to appreciate the moon. The sight of Dragon Lake under the moon was said to be one of the best sights in Kanglong Prefecture. Perhaps because he had drunk too much, Shimo spoke in a louder tone than usual, shouting, "Young master, to appreciate the moon at Dragon Mountain, you have to climb to the summit. Why don't we go up the mountain?" When King frowned and said, "It's getting late and the mountain path is difficult to traverse. Going up and coming back down might take several hours. I think we should save it for next time." During the day, they had only thought about eating and drinking, not about taking a detour up the mountain. If they went up, they would certainly waste a lot of time going up and down. They would return late, and the lady would certainly scold them. Wai Tanchong was somewhat intoxicated. His head swaying side to side, he said, "Then I'll ride up the mountain on my horse. Today, this young master will ride to the top of Dragon Mountain, atop my horse with whip raised." "All right." The other boys clapped their hands. When the young master of the Wai estate went out, he naturally had to have his horse. But there was only one horse for the young master himself. The others had to walk behind him. This chestnut horse had been a gift from Master Wai to Wai Tanchong when he was 10 years old, intended for him to use this chance to exercise his body. Wai Tanchong had once aspired to be a general, so he had some skill in horsemanship. But he was still too young and spent most of his time playing, spending more time mounting people than mounting horses. It was only when he went out that he would ride this horse. This chestnut horse was the responsibility of one of the boy servants of the meditation garden, Mu Chen, and it was currently being fed on the side. "Riding a horse onto the mountain is too dangerous," Tangji hurriedly said. Welcoming Dragon Mountain did have a horse path, but this path had no guardrails. Even modern mountain paths did not all have guardrails. Though there was still some hazy light, it would soon be completely dark. If there were a small mishap on the road, if the horse lost its footing, then young Master Wai would be gone. Tangji's warning made the other boys realize that this was a dangerous endeavor, but just when they were about to advise Wai Tanchong not to go, their young master pushed Tangji aside. "Cut the chatter. Hurry and bring over my horse. If you say another word, I'll whip you." Normally, restrained by his family, he would not act so brazenly, but his mother was not here. He now reigned supreme, and his wild side was on full display. The boy servants knew Wai Tanchong and knew that these words meant that he was serious. For a moment, they did not dare to object. Tangji looked around and saw that no one else was speaking up, even when King having fallen silent. Shimo and Shimeng looked at Tangji with cold smiles. In truth, if everyone had worked together to persuade Wai Tanchong, they might have succeeded. But if Shimo and Shimeng said nothing, the others would not dare to step forward. These two were extremely wary of Tangji and wanted nothing more than for him to quarrel with Wai Tanchong. So why would they help him? Besides that, they were drunk, which made them incapable of thinking about the consequences. Shimo even threatened, "The young master wants to go up the mountain, and you dare to stop him? You're really asking for a beating." Tangji was infuriated. This was nothing but a bunch of naughty children with misplaced priorities. If something really happened to Wai Tanchong, none of the people here would be spared. They might have been suicidal, but Tangji had no desire to follow them. He placed himself in front of Wai Tanchong and coldly said, "Young master, this is not your personal garden where you can do as you please." The slopes of welcoming Dragon Mountain are steep, it's getting dark, and young master has even had wine. It would be better. Pa. Tangji received a heavy slap to the face. After slapping Tangji, Wai Tanchong roared, "Impudent! If the young master wants to do something, is it up to you to decide what he can do?" Tangji felt a stinging pain on his face, but he still barred Wai Tanchong's path. "If young master is unhappy, then you may hit me or curse at me, but so long as this little one is here, I cannot let young master go up the mountain. If young master is still unwilling, we can return to the estate and report this matter to the lady so that I am fired. But right now, This little one cannot let young master go up the mountain. You. Wai Tanchong was so furious that his body was shaking. Stomping his feet, he shouted, "You're one of my people. You dare disobey me?" Furious that Tangji continued to stubbornly block his path, he roared, "Nothing will stop me from getting up the mountain today. All of you, pull him aside." The boys rushed up and dragged Tangji to the side, Shimo and Shimeng using the chance to punch Tangji a few times. They had snuck out to drink wine, not even bringing the guards or nanny with them. There was not a single person here who understood what was really going on, so none of them dared to bear the anger of the young master. Seeing Wai Tanchong mount the horse and prepare to ride off onto the mountain path, Tangji panicked and shook his arms. With his current level of strength, dealing with children was simple, and he instantly threw the boys aside. Tangji grabbed a long metal skewer off the barbecue rack and ran to Wai Tanchong. Wai Tanchong had just gotten onto the horse, and when he saw Tangji running over, he snorted and spurred his horse into a gallop. In his view, Tangji was just trying to stop his horse from moving forward. As long as he moved the horse faster, he could outrun this annoying kid. But as the horse was raising its hooves, Tangji had already charged up, swinging the metal skewer and fiercely stabbing it into the chestnut horse's left eye. This blow was packed with power, and the skewer plunged right into the horse's brain. The horse let out a neigh, throwing Wai Tanchong off before collapsing into a pool of blood. "My horse!" Wai Tanchong shouted, ignoring the pain. You killed my horse." He had never imagined that Tangji would do something like this. How could he do this? How could he dare to do it? How was he even capable of doing it? Everyone was dumbfounded, looking fearfully at Tangji. His body speckled with blood. Tangji glanced at the still twitching horse, then turned to Wai Tanchong and coldly said, "Young master, it seems like there's no going up the mountain today." Wai Tanchong was stunned. At this moment, he looked at Tangji with a sliver of fear in his eyes. Chapter 24, Spurring On. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Beat him. Beat him. Give him a good beating for me. In the meditation garden, Wai Tanchong sat on a long chair and pointed at Tangji, who had been tied up on a tree. A bandage was wrapped around Wai Tanchong's head, the result of a wound to his head after he had fallen from his horse. It still throbbed with pain even now, causing him to hate Tangji even more. Shimo coldly laughed as he took out a whip that had been soaked in water and began to viciously whip Tangji. With one lash, a bloody wound was created on Tangji's chest. Pa, pa. The sound of the whip cracking resounded through the meditation garden, and wounds began to accumulate on Tangji's body. Shimo resented him for what he had done earlier, and he showed no mercy, some of his lashes intentionally striking Tangji's face. As a result, Tangji's entire face was soon a bloody mess. But Tangji didn't make a single sound throughout, only coldly stared at Shimo. His eyes were so chilling that Shimo couldn't help but be afraid. But a moment later, he considered that Tangji was still tied to a tree, so what did he have to fear? He savagely said, still trying to act tough. He mindlessly lashed the whip again and again. After numerous slashes, Shimo finally ran out of strength. He threw the whip at Shimeng and said, "Your turn. Once you're tired, switch with someone else." For daring to kill the young master's horse, he deserves to be whipped to death. Pain. Endless and indescribable pain. It was a pain that made life worse than death. Even in ancient times, whipping had been an extremely terrifying form of punishment. During the whipping, a person's flesh would be lacerated and mutilated, and after ceaseless whipping, one's flesh would be separated from one's bones. A brutal torturer might even keep whipping until the bones were visible. This could truly be described as death by 1,000 cuts. The whips of the Wai clan were just ordinary rattan whips, but the wounds still burned with pain, and the strikes still tore at the flesh. Children did not understand the ways of the world, and they also did not understand restraint. The endless whipping caused Tangji to fall unconscious, and then wake back up, and then go unconscious again, repeating in an endless cycle. When pain reached a certain point, it became numbness. Tangji felt entirely numb, unable to sense any part of his body. The whip striking his body seemed to be striking a pile of mangled flesh that did not belong to him. At this point, He couldn't help but wonder if he really would end up being beaten to death by White Anchong here. He had not resisted when White Anchong ordered the others to tie him up, as he had believed that the lady would hear of the matter and come to take care of things. But he discovered that he had made a mistake. He had underestimated a child's desire for revenge, and forgotten that they did not care about the consequences. White Anchong was only 12, and had grown up spoiled. He had no clue about restraint. So that he wouldn't be disturbed, White Anchong had even sealed the meditation garden, permitting no one entry. There would be no reinforcements here. Little scoundrels were all like this. They were sloppy and half-hearted when studying. But when it came to doing bad things, they were suddenly very meticulous. If this went on, he probably wouldn't even have the strength to escape. This thought made Tangji silently curse. The visceral manifestation classics technique began to circulate through his body. He absorbed spiritual energy and moved it through his meridians and throughout his entire body. This was why he had dared to allow himself to be tied up. Putting aside everything else, his jade gate was open, and he had the ability to cultivate. He had not used it before because he did not want anyone to find out his secret, but it was apparent that these kids were brainless. He could use the technique in front of them without a single one of them realizing anything. As the spiritual energy flowed through his body, the pain dwindled away, and the power of spiritual energy even caused his injuries to begin to heal. This was not all. His intense desire to live had unleashed all the energy in his body. As the spiritual energy ran through his veins, it began to permeate into his organs and bones, refining the organs, refining the bones. Tangji almost yelped in shock. He had inadvertently discovered something new. Since he had washed his meridians and refined his veins, Tangji had suspected that the visceral manifestation classic was capable of refining his organs and bones as well. Alas, no matter what he did, he had never been able to get any results. Only now, when he was being beaten by the boy servants, did Tangji discover that spiritual energy really was capable of refining the organs and bones. This left him pleasantly surprised. It turned out that the visceral manifestation classic really could do this. But did it have to be in these circumstances? No, wait. The martial lord wouldn't have made the visceral manifestation classic so that he could torture himself. There has to be something that I'm not understanding. He once more reviewed the visceral manifestation classic's mantra and tried to comprehend its meaning. As he thought back to Xumuiyang's words, he had a flash of insight. The viscera are within and the manifestations take form on the outside. After forming the manifestations, bolster the internals. The entranced mind that focuses on one's aspirations, the fusion of the body with the Tao, engaging the organs and abandoning essence. Engage the organs and abandon essence. Right, I get it now. Tangji was enlightened. The visceral manifestation classic wasn't merely for charging through the gate. It was also used to refine the body. It was actually a body refining art. Through spiritual energy, one could refine the body. After forming the manifestations, bolster the internals referred both to absorbing spiritual energy and also to first focusing on the body before learning spell arts. The organs referred to engage the organs and abandon essence were the 5 organs. Engaging the organs meant that focusing on the organs was key. Abandon essence had many explanations, but here, it had to mean that one should abandon cultivation of spell arts for the time being and focus on the surface. This was an art that worked from the outside in, training the body before studying arts. This was completely the opposite of what was popular in current immortal sects. Most immortals first cultivated spell arts, and once they had abundant spiritual energy and had entered the mortal shedding realm, they would use spiritual energy to refine their mortal bodies. At this time, cultivators had already been through the spirit platform realm, and their bodies had adapted to spiritual energy. Thus, refining the body was both safer and more efficient. But the martial lord was an extraordinary person, or perhaps he cared more about comprehensive strength. He probably hadn't cared about anything like safety or comfort. This also meant that one shouldn't focus too much on the 12 forms of the visceral manifestation classic. The 12 forms were just an aid for guiding spiritual energy. Once they were mastered, one could cultivate in any circumstances, and cultivating while putting the body through physical labor would have an even better effect. Xu Yang's warning that excessive cultivation would damage the meridians might not even apply to the visceral manifestation classic. Tangji would have never found this out if not for this whipping session. Excited, he began to fully circulate the visceral manifestation classic, and spiritual energy freely flowed through his body. As it made a circuit of his body, a part of it permanently remained, silently modifying his constitution and healing some of his injuries. But this also brought Tangji immense pain. The numbness disappeared, and the pain came roaring back, once more taking hold of Tangji's body. Before the new flesh could do anything, it was once more lacerated apart. Tangji clenched his teeth and held on. He began to guide the spiritual energy to his skin, modifying his skin so that it became more resistant. Gradually, the boy servants discovered that their whipping was seemingly less effective. At times, even several lashes would fail to break Tangji's skin. But they didn't know that this was because Tangji was using spiritual energy to protect his body. They just thought they were tired and weak from the prolonged whipping. On the other hand, Tangji was getting more and more excited. He discovered that when he was whipped, the spiritual energy would enter his body more effectively. The visceral manifestation classic could absorb spiritual energy through the skin, and when the skin was broken open, the absorption effect grew stronger. Although it could not compare to the Jade Gate, it was excellent for refining the body. These few moments of whipping had been more effective for Tangji's cultivation than the previous several months. Tangji was looking forward to more whipping. Harder. Whip me harder, Tangji mentally shouted. And then he mocked himself for having fallen so low. This was truly being spurred on. Of course, Tangji still pretended to be on his last breaths. The whipping went on for more than an hour, after which the boy servants started to get scared. Only now did they realize that whipping someone could kill them. When King walked over and said to White Anshong, "Young master, that's enough. If you keep beating him, he really might die." White Anshong had never killed anyone before, and he was not so ruthless as to regard human lives as nothing more than toys. When King's warning scared him out of his wits, and only now did he realize that he had gone overboard. He hastily said, "Is he still alive?" A boy servant walked over and placed a finger under Tangji's nose. "He's alive." White Anchong immediately sighed in relief. So long as Tangji was alive, he wasn't afraid. His fear gone, his temper returned. Tangji's staring in killing his horse and those cold and horrifying eyes made White Anchong explode with rage, and he shouted, "Don't let him down. Keep him tied to the tree." Saying this, he went back to his room to go to bed. After all this activity, he was rather tired. Tangji mentally gave a bitter laugh. This child truly didn't know what was important. Don't you know that, even without whipping, tying a person to a tree overnight can kill a man? Alas, he had no plans to give up his life to prove White Anchong's mistake. It would probably take ages until this kid understood this principle. The boy servants naturally would not dare to let Tangji down without White Anchong's order. Tangji was in no rush. He used the time to nurture his organs with spiritual energy. In truth, using spiritual energy to heal his external wounds was the most appropriate choice. But after considering the people of the Y estate, he decided to give up on this chance. As he expected, nurturing the organs had less of an effect than nurturing the bones and skin. This was presumably brought about by the situation of his body. To nourish the organs, one needed to consume physical energy, to put the body through intense physical activity. To refine the bones and skin, one probably needed to be beaten. It's not like I can hire someone to beat me, right? No. Battle. Tangji suddenly understood. The Nindak martial lord was a great power of the world who had made his fame through battle. This art had naturally been prepared for the sake of battle. Tangji had finally understood, but alas, he couldn't laugh at this time. Understanding a person's arts was actually about understanding the person. I'm an idiot. Why didn't I realize this sooner? Fortunately, he still had time. In the future, when he learned the arts of his predecessors, he had to first understand the person. Only then could he truly grasp the essence of the art. After a night of cultivation, Tangji had essentially healed all of his internal injuries, but his skin remained a horrifying, mangled mess of blood and flesh. At daybreak, Tangji grew tired and fell asleep. It wasn't long before the maid Xianxia came to the meditation garden with the morning tea. When she saw Tangji's mangled body on the tree, She was so frightened that she dropped her tray. Lady Y, Zheng Shifeng, was already awake. She was eating her white fungus and lotus seed porridge when she heard Xianxia running in. My lady, something's happened. What has you in such a panic? Zheng Shifeng originated from a great clan and emphasized tradition in all things. She had always disliked servants running around and shouting without any semblance of order. Tangji. The young master tied him up on a tree and beat him into a bloody mess. He might be dead. What? Zheng Shifeng stood up so quickly that she knocked her bowl of porridge onto the floor. Chapter 25. Fall. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Who did this? The lady angrily roared as she looked up at the bound Tangji on the tree. The boy servants on the side all trembled in fear, not daring to speak. In truth, this was a pointless question. Who else besides White Anchong would have been so bold as to do this? The lady had clearly realized this. She yelled, "Wen King, why haven't you brought him down yet?" Shi Meng, go and wake up Chong'er. What time is it that he's still sleeping? Shimo, talk. What happened? Shimo recounted what had happened last night in a terrified and shaky voice. He naturally didn't say anything good about Tangji, saying only that Tangji had gotten in the way of White Anchong's fun and even killed the young master's horse. Enraged, the young master had whipped him. But Zheng Shifeng was a sharp lady, and she immediately knew that something was wrong. Tangji had been with the estate for some time now, and she had some understanding of him. She knew Tangji to have a calm and composed personality, and he would never do something without a reason. Noticing the lie in Shimo's recount, she immediately slapped him. Bastard thing, even daring to deceive me. Chen Yan, Chen Xin, separate these children and question them individually. The brothers Chen Yan and Chen Xin were the guards of the meditation garden. Although she wasn't a professional interrogator, questioning the witnesses separately was something a professional interrogator would have chosen to do. These children had little experience in the ways of the world, so a few questions soon had them spilling the beans. When Zheng Shifeng heard that her son had gone off to the mountains to drink wine and even planned to ride up the mountain in the middle of the night, she became so angry that she started shaking. At this time, White Anchong came over. The intoxication had faded, as had his anger. When he saw Tangji's body lying on the ground and his mother, he felt all of his arrogance leaving him, and he obediently walked up to his mother and said, "Mom." Before he could say anything, Zheng Shifeng slapped her son on the face. White Anchong was dumbfounded by this slap. Meanwhile, Zheng Shifeng began to scold her son. "Will you only be satisfied when you've angered me to death, drinking wine and trying to ride a horse up Welcoming Dragon Mountain, and even almost whipping Tangji to death? How could I have given birth to such a good-for-nothing?" She grew angrier the more she thought about it. She took out her lash and began to mindlessly beat White Anchong. White Anchong had never tasted such pain before, and he began to yowl in pain. As he ran around, he shouted, "That kid killed my horse. My horse. What's wrong with me hitting him? I'm the young master. And I'm your mother." The lady began to strike him even more savagely. But in the end, this was her son. Once she saw that she had beaten White Anchong's face into a swollen mess, even drawing blood, she hesitated and eased her strikes. But the thought of how ignorant her son was continued to cause her to shake in rage. The young master saw that his mother had stopped hitting him, so his courage came back, and he stubbornly said, "What's wrong with me riding a horse up the mountain? I'm very good at riding, so nothing would have happened. Besides, even if he wanted to stop me, why did he have to kill my horse? He's my servant, yet he dared to kill my horse. Why shouldn't I be able to punish him? Still don't know your errors?" Zheng Shifeng pointed at her son and cursed, "Welcoming Dragon Mountain has steep slopes, and you wanted to ride up that mountain with your meager skill. You're seeking death. You had your servants stop Tangji, and he couldn't hit you, so what could he do except kill your horse? And you hoodlums. You were meant to serve the young master, but what have you done? You did not stop the young master from committing errors, and you even forced Tangji to kill the horse. Bastards, the lot of you. Leave the estate at once." These words caused Wen King and the others to turn deathly pale. The boys all kneeled on the ground, trembling as they begged for mercy. Fortunately, the old nanny next to Zheng Shifeng said, My lady, if you really drive all of them away, who will serve the young master? You also know that they are all servants. For some things, they truly cannot be counted on to stop. That Tangji was quite the bold one, daring to even kill the young master's horse. It is no wonder the young master was angry. You're speaking up for them, the lady said as she glared at the nanny. This nanny was White Anchong's wet nurse, who had a rather high status in the estate, so she did not fear the lady much. Smiling, she said, I just feel that even if you drive these people away and bring another batch, the same thing will happen. Xianxia thought it over and realized that this was right. But she was still angry, so she glared at the boys and harumphed, since that's the case, I'll keep you around for now. Once the master returns, we'll decide how to deal with them. The young master shouted, for what reason? Shimo and the others are my servants. No one else is allowed to touch them. Without that Tangji, I would have been perfectly fine yesterday. Still not convinced? All right. Since you said that you would be fine, let me see it. One of you, bring over a horse and have him ride it up Welcoming Dragon Mountain. It's day now and you're not drunk, so you can see the road clearly. Let me see if you can ride a horse up the mountain. All right. White Anchong agreed. For some things, one would never know how difficult they were unless one tried to do them. When White Anchong rode his horse up to the base of Welcoming Dragon Mountain and saw the steep mountain path and the summit that pierced into the clouds, his heart trembled. At night, he hadn't been able to see it clearly, but now that he had another look at it, he realized that it truly was a difficult path. How was it that he had not noticed earlier? What? Afraid? Xianxia asked with a cold look at her son. Boys couldn't handle being provoked. White Anchong raised his head and said, who said that? I was just looking at the path. Watch me. He raised his whip and had the horse gallop up the mountain. It was easy at the start, the slopes not steep and the ground rather close. But as he got higher, the road became increasingly uneven, with stones littering the path. The slightest lack of caution would cause the horse's body to tilt. A third of the way up the mountain, the winds began to pick up, constantly howling around. The summit was still distant, and White Anchong's heart began to thump. He no longer dared to charge forward, leading his horse to carefully trot forward. Though it was slower, it was much better than not reaching the summit. If he could reach the summit, he could prove that he was right. This was how White Anchong encouraged himself. Alas, reality was not as pretty as his imagination. Welcoming Dragon Mountain was no servant of the Y clan and had no need to give face to the young master. He wasn't even halfway up the mountain. At this time, a mountain path appeared before White Anchong. This mountain path was not too narrow, at least 20 feet in width, but both sides were steep, bare cliffs. It was far more frightening than the road that had run around the mountain. White Anchong grew fearful. He wanted to turn back, but he also wasn't willing to give up, so he rode the horse forward. As he trotted on that unshielded mountain path, a gust blew across, causing the horse and rider to both sway. White Anchong occasionally glanced down and saw a dizzying and seemingly bottomless abyss. Hold! White Anchong shouted. Although he was afraid, he had a stubborn personality and was unwilling to back down no matter what. His horse slowly pressed forward, traversing the mountain path like it was walking along a steel wire. At this moment, the horse suddenly stepped on a rock, and its body tilted. White Anchong hastily pulled on the reins to try and stabilize the horse. But he put too much power into it, and as the horse got its footing back, White Anchong lost control of his body. He fell off the horse, and after tumbling over on the ground a few times, he rolled straight off the cliff. He actually could have stopped himself, but fear had drained his body of strength. Unable to hold on, he tumbled off the mountain path and into the abyss. No! White Anchong wailed in fear. Just when he thought he was dead, a beam of spiritual light shot out, wrapped around White Anchong, and stopped his fall. White Anchong raised his head in shock and saw a white-bearded elder floating in the air, the spirit line in his hand wrapped around White Anchong. With a pull, the elder brought White Anchong to his side, after which he laughed and took White Anchong back down the mountain. He moved with deceptive speed, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Lady Y. The elder saluted Xianxia and said, I have fulfilled my duty, Mom. White Anchong looked at his mother. His legs were still trembling, and he suddenly felt wetness between his legs. Looking down, he saw that he had wet his pants just now. There was a burst of muffled laughter. Xianxia coldly snorted. Riding a horse in the day and you weren't even able to get halfway up the mountain. You still think your horsemanship is good? Wai Tanchong could no longer say anything. Good for nothing, son. Why haven't you thanked Master Lu for saving you? Wai Tanchong was just about to thank him when the elder waved his hand. Forget it. I wasn't the one who saved you. It was Tangji. Don't let this happen again, young master. When Tangji awoke, he found that he was lying in a bed. It was an extremely soft bed, the quilt made from satin, and there was even incense burning in the room. The environment was very elegant, so this was clearly not a servant's dwelling. Tangji was startled, but when he tried to stand up, he discovered that he was wrapped up like a sticky rice dumpling. At this moment, a maid came in with a wash basin. Looking at Tangji, she smiled and said, "You're awake." Tangji recognized this maid. She was called Shi, and she was one of the lady's maids. So it was elder sister Shi. What is this place? Why am I here? Tangji already had a good idea about what was going on from the smile on Shi's face, but he still feigned ignorance. She walked over, wet a towel, and wiped Tangji's face. This is fragrant perch, the room used for honored guests. Don't worry. It was the lady who ordered you to be brought here. You're blessed. She then gave him a general account of what had happened while he was unconscious. The lady said that you did right and did well. This time, it was because the young master was too unreasonable, and the lady harshly punished him. He's not permitted to leave his house for 3 months. As for Shimo and Shimeng, they were originally going to be fired, but the wet nurse spoke up for them. So their punishment was put off. Though Shimo and Shimen were slave servants, they still had a background. Just like how Tangji had been recommended by the chief steward, Shimo and Shimeng had also managed to get in through connections with their relatives. In Shimo's case, he was a child of a relative of the wet nurse. Otherwise, the wet nurse would not have been able to speak up on their behalf. As young masters usually grew up on the milk of their wet nurses, in ancient times, wet nurses enjoyed higher status in these large clans. The most famous wet nurse in history was Madame K, who had been the wet nurse to the Tanqi Emperor of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Jiao, and for a time, one could say that the balances of power had been reversed. To all that had transpired, Tangji was nonchalant. Although the wet nurse's words had prevented the lady from driving out Shimo and Shimeng, after this incident, both of them had fallen in favor, and it would be very difficult to recover. Some errors could not be committed. As expected, she said, even so, the lady plans to move Shimo away from the young master's side. Who will take Shimo's place? Isn't that what they're talking about right now? The chief steward recommended you, saying that you're mature and composed, but the second steward and third steward have their own candidates, saying that you would be recovering for some time or that you're unqualified. HMPH. In any case, they all want to recommend their own people. The master and the lady are still discussing the matter. The lady prefers you, but the master has some apprehensions. She looked around, and when she was sure that no one else was around, she whispered to Tangji, Immortal Master Lu went to look at the horse you killed and said that your stab was vicious and decisive, taking the horse's life with a single blow. Such accuracy and lethality is not something an ordinary boy should have. And since your background is still somewhat murky, the master is still rather wary. His persistent bribes had finally worked, and both Xianxia and Shi were now on friendly terms with Tangji. This was why Xianxia reported to the lady immediately on seeing Tangji, and why she had warned Tangji about what the master was thinking. Thank you, elder sister Shi. I understand. You're not worried? She saw the unperturbed look on Tangji's face and became rather curious. Tangji smiled. The human heart will reveal itself in time. For some things, rushing will do no good. She also smiled. What a good temper you have. Oh, this is some spirit medicine the lady got from Immortal Master Lu. Once you take it, your injuries should recover more quickly. Saying this, she took out a medicine bottle, removed a single pill, and placed the pill in Tangji's mouth. The pill melted in Tangji's mouth, and Tangji felt a stream of spiritual energy flowing through his body, carrying with it an indescribably comfortable warmth. This energy flowed through his meridians, producing an effect far greater than that of the visceral manifestation classic. Tanji's eyes brightened. A wonderful medicine. Of course, this is an immortal spirit medicine. Immortal Master Lu is normally reluctant to use it. He even told me that I should bring him back the rest once you were healed. In truth, Tanji could heal his wounds very quickly so long as he wanted it. But after hearing Shi's words, he suddenly felt like resting up in bed for a few days wasn't a bad idea.